Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the glorious sight of Road America from high above the kart track and the main track. Yes, it's a glorious picture and one of the greatest circuits in North America. It's been running since 1955, and here we are again in 2023. I'm Jonathan Green, and we're getting ready for the first race of the day, and it is something very new indeed. It is these cars prepared by the likes of S's Racing as we get ready for the PSSA, brought to you by Hankook Tires, and we are really excited about this because it is something new for Tony Pirelli Holdings. It's the newest championship, in fact, that Pirelli has put together. We have FR, of course, and F4, as well as the Trans Am Series and SVRA. And we're looking at the man who has been the man of the moment from the USA, and he is Palmer Miller. He is the 21-year-old who won the race yesterday. His father, Judd Miller, also part of this weekend as well. He came home second, so the Millers have had a great time. And I'm also joined by Jason Miles from Revolution Racing, who's going to give us some insight into this new championship and to what these cars are all about, because we had a lot of people on the internet yesterday looking at these cars, because we've got Revolutions, we've got Radicals, and we've also got some different kinds of cars that you may not have heard of, like Sebeco and obviously you know the Radicals, but it's really, we've even got a Ligier LMP3 out there. So I'm going to try to get Jason to give us an idea. But first and foremost, Jason, you've got to be excited. This is another chance, if you will, and that's how Tony Pirelli describes it, another chance, another option for people to go racing at a weekend in a real carbon fiber, race-prepared, very fast, high horsepower, but state-of-the-art car.
Absolutely. Yeah, the hardest thing with these sports racers is to get them all going in the same direction. You have a lot of one-make series around the country where they get smaller fields, but when we can bring them all together, Revolutions, Radicals, Ligiers, Normas, all these different cars together, it's exciting, and the competition will become more and more fierce as we get more cars on the grid, for sure.
I had never heard of a Norma until recently. My mother's name is Norma, so I was quite excited. Now, Ben, talking of excited, is excited about Jim Boo. The reason he's excited, not by Jim Boo's racing acumen, but it's who he's sponsored by, because that is Ben's favorite. So, Ben, tell me why you like Jim Boo.
Well, I love McDonald's, obviously, by the way I look. And I was true to my word. I did go have 2 Big Macs last night.
Good boy. Now, you have brilliantly brought Jason to us to tell us a little bit more, because we had a lot of I was just saying, we had a lot of questions yesterday about these cars. We didn't have all the answers. I've got some of them overnight. I've spoken to Judd Miller this morning, and they were talking about the track and the grip and the tires, and I've got some interesting info on that. But I'd like to generally speak and go back, if you like, with Jason here, to how we were talking about the LMPs versus Radicals and these new Revolutions, which are absolutely glorious, all prepared and made in Britain, in Peterborough, just up the road from where I was hailed, as they say.
Well, it's great to have Jason here. Actually, Rob was texting me last night and said, hey, I can get Jason up there. I think he might have heard us struggling a little bit. And it was Jason and Tony that put the PSSA together.
Yeah.
So Jason is our resident expert now, and we can address all questions. So if you're joining us on Speed Tour TV on YouTube and you have some questions on this, we did have some experts yesterday in our comment section.
Yeah, we
did. But so, Jason, what's your kind of elevator pitch on PSSA?
Yeah. PSSA is a place where all sports racers can come together, trying to minimize the rules so that it's easy for them to come race, put on some Hankook tires. And as the series grows, Rob and I are working, and Tony are working to incorporate more cars into the series, adding the Normas, the Wolves, the Stores, Radicals, and also to bring back some of the cars that really have no place to race anymore. If they're retired, they've lost their homologation from IMSA or other series, they can come race with us.
And what kind of car? Are we talking more of the old LMP3 cars?
LMP3 cars or the older Radicals, SR8s, older spec SR3s. There's also Sebecos that were built under Elon, who originally produced the cars.
Squid.
Yeah.
We got it right. We were talking about an octopus yesterday, and we got righted.
It's Sebeco?
Sebeco.
I got that wrong all day yesterday. Sorry about that.
I tried to find out the information on the squid. Apparently, he just likes squid.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Me too.
I had squid last night for dinner.
There you
now,
go.
we hope that he doesn't leave any ink behind him.
Right. Yeah. We might need a new sign.
You know, so keep going with the pitch, as it were. So you found a home for some of the places that aren't homologated, which is good news. And that's true of our Trans Am series too, with the production side of it, because we're doing exactly the same with SGT and XGT. There's a lot of cars that we're able to bring into the fold that may have lost, their chances of being at IMSA or whatever.
Yep.
So it is a great opportunity to go racing. And is it cost-effective racing? Relatively so.
Yeah, I mean, you can rent one of these cars for a weekend. Buying a car, racing's never cheap. It's just what's your budget and work within it. The cars in this class are anywhere from $150,000 to $250,000. So it's definitely not cheap racing, but the cars are reliable. They're safe, which is a lot of times with the gentleman drivers, you want a safe car. And with the Revolution, with the carbon fiber tub, double halo, the wives let the guys go drive more when they know they're safe.
Yeah, I mean, that double halo, I was reading about that, and as we look at the Revolution race car here, that's another factor. It's almost more safe, or it's safer than the FIA requires in some ways when it comes to a halo, because it is effectively a double halo. There's Zach Mosley getting ready for his race. I like the helmet.
And, Jason, these cars were with us. Some of these cars were with us first race in Atlanta.
Yep.
Then they went to Sonoma, Laguna Seca with us. But having a partner in the series like Hankook has got to be so invaluable. And I even heard a rumor that you guys might be going to bigger wheels and tires out west maybe next year. Is that true?
Yeah, so the Revolution team is what they can accomplish with such a small team is amazing. And there's a lot of development in the 500 car that's coming, the 500 Evo. With bigger wheels and tires, but also with the support of Hankook right there with us. Some of these guys that own the Revolutions on the West Coast, they want to go do some other racing. They want to do the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill and Pikes Peak. So
that'd be fun.
Yeah, yeah. So I know a Radical, I think, ran Pikes Peak this year, so that would be fun, and bigger wheels and tires. And more grip is always good. So.
And what kind of drivers do you attract to a series like this?
That's an interesting question, because we have gentleman drivers that have run. Some of these guys have run Spec Miata for a few years, and they jumped right into a downforce car. But then we have other guys that have been around for a long time, and even some pro racers that want to jump in the car. We had a pro driver at Road Atlanta jump in the car, Dylan Murray. So anybody can get in these cars, and with driver coaching, they can get up to speed pretty fast. One of the guys, Zach Mosley, he's shot up the field this year since Road Atlanta with driver coaching. So, yeah.
Well, we're getting a look at this Revolution racing car right now of Palmer Miller, who, of course, won this race, the 21-year-old. And, he's a good example. He's a 21-year-old making his way through, started off in GT cars, track days, and so on at 16. And then last year won the Radical Championship in the 500 class. His father is also in the race, Judd, who I do know. And Judd was winner of P2 winner in the Platinum class. So, like you say, different walks of life, different ages and generations, but a family affair for sure. They were racing each other yesterday. They'll do the same again today. And they're based at S's Racing in Austin, where I'm based. And I know that Dave O'Neill and his team, and Dave gave me a call last night to say that, hey, get across this, give Judd a call. And so, I got some intel from him. And, beautifully prepared. And what the nicest thing I gleaned from Judd was that, he's got a lot of Radical experience and a lot of racing experience. And he said, what I like about this? It's a real racing car. And when a driver says that, what he means by that, which is, when you look at it from the outside, you're not quite sure just how it feels and what it looks like. And if you've not raced one, you wouldn't know. But watching them on track, you can see the downforce working. You can see all the safety requirements there. You can also see in the sort of space-age design I like. But you get the feel that it would be a real fun thing to race.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, the Revolution designer, Phil Abbott, and his son, James Abbott, who's done all the CFD work on the car. There's nothing on this car that isn't doing something. It's not there to make it look a certain way. It's there to work and make downforce at high speed and make it inspiring, confidence inspiring for these drivers as they go through these corners like the kink at 130 miles an hour.
And I bet Road America is a perfect place to basically show off what they can do at top speed and, in various other places, going through the kink or going through Canada Corner. A lot of fast, midterm, and high-speed corners here at Road America, so a real challenge for these cars. The other thing that Judd told me about was that the track surface is great. They love the new repaving, but they're getting so much grip, extra grip, that the tires are kind of blistering. They've been worrying about just what the tire pressure should be because they're literally getting more grip than they expected, and so they're dialing back the power a little bit to manage those tires. He says he's staying off the curbs as well. So he said it's becoming a little bit more strategy-wise for the Hankooks because they weren't expecting as much grip as they got.
Yeah, we did a track walk on Friday, and definitely told these guys to stay off the curbs a bit.
Yeah.
There's some rough spots out there, but the track surface is, it's second to none. It's perfectly smooth, and these guys are loving it.
So as you see different iterations of the cars out there, just spot us and tell us perhaps a little bit of a difference. I know that everybody's familiar with the LMP3. I'm interested in that MP01 Sabeco because I just like the look of it, and I just think again, like the Revolution, it's unique in its own way, and yet you could see how they all race together in a similar format because they are very similar cars.
Yeah, so the PSSA has 3 classes right now: PS1, PS2, and PS3. The PS1 class, Revolution 500, LMP3, Ligier, and Norma, and the Radical SR10 are the main ones you're going to see in there. The PS2 class was created for the Revolution naturally aspirated car, which is a 427 horsepower, the Radical SR8. And then the PS3 class was added when the Sabecos wanted to come join. And those cars, there's a lot of different iterations of those cars. They have the Evo. They were mainly built for the NASA series for a spec class, and they didn't get the traction they wanted there. They still do race in NASA, but a lot of them have taken these cars to the World Racing League and done endurance racing with them and done really well. And so when they found out we were creating another series for prototypes, they wanted to come, and so we need to make a class for them because they're around 250, 220 horsepower. They're a lot lighter, but they're not as fast as the Revolutions and the SR10s and the LMP3s. So give them their own class and they can run there, and happy to have them here.
Yeah, exactly.
And, if you're looking and if you're viewing, these kind of look like one-off cars. And a lot of people think, oh, I shouldn't jump into something like that because it's so hard to find the parts. But that is not the case. Like, all of these manufacturers back this up. So almost any part that could possibly break on these super reliable cars, the parts are readily available, and the manufacturer support, from what I hear, is really good. And actually the input that some of the manufacturers give for engineering, and even the notes, like here, this might be the best setup, kind of like Chaz Howe does in TA2.
Yeah.
This is the best setup for Road America that we've found, and can work with the teams as well.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Sabeco's based just right next to Road Atlanta. Ben Cooper owns that company, and supporting a lot of these cars around the country, and I know we're going to see a lot more of these in the rest of the year. Revolution, they currently have 3 dealers in the U.S. and 1 dealer in Canada, so there's parts spread across the country, and you can have parts within a couple days for most things. So
the cars are British designed, as I mentioned. The factory's in Peterborough, and so a lot of the work that has gone on has been by very experienced designers. The state-of-the-art stuff for the aerodynamics and the we're about to go racing, and once again we'll get the battle of the Millers. Palmer Miller, the youngster, 21 years old. There's no question, when I look at Palmer at that age and then his father alongside him, there's no question that the future for Palmer could be anywhere. And IMSA, if he gets his head around this and continues to do the kind of form he has, there's no reason why he couldn't go into Daytona and many other Sebring, you name it. Here we go then. The green flag waves here at Road America for the start of our second day of the Speed Tour as the PSSA Championship starts its second half of the season, and right away it is Palmer Miller, winner of the first race yesterday, who takes the lead into the first corner. Judd Miller right behind him, Jim Booth and Paul LaHaye. All PS1 cars diving in to the first corner and down the hill to turn 2.
And that Radical had a good run yesterday and is doing a good job of keeping up with the Millers here in the Revolutions, and it does cut or hole in the air, doesn't it, Jason?
Yeah, it sure does. Yeah, the SR10 definitely has a weight advantage. A little bit less power than the Revolution, but it's about 200 pounds lighter. So very similar weapons here on track.
Yeah, good use of words. They are weapons, that's for sure. And the beauty of it is, I'm sure you get a sense with these cars of the safety that we're talking about. It's not an open wheeler by any means, but you are almost as low as an open wheel car, and it feels as low to the ground as that. So the exhilaration of these cars and the power, some 500 brake horsepower, this is a real race machine.
It sure is, yeah. Yeah, just over 2,000 pounds for the Revolution 500 in its current form with 500 horsepower, and the Radical SR10 around 1,670 pounds with about 430 horsepower. So
and Ford-based platform, right? So it's
so the Revolution runs a 3.7 liter dry sump V6. You might know it as a Cyclone engine that was in the F-150, and it has a Rotrex belt-driven supercharger on the top. Mm-hmm. And so
supercharged Ford engine. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Very nice. Into Canada Corner then, the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada Corner. For the first time, the field spreading out. A small field, but as we say, this championship just beginning. You're listening to Jason Miles, who is the representative for PSSA, and this is a new endeavor for Pirelli Holdings, and we're excited to have them on board. Somebody going wide there.
Looked like the 65 of Nathan Duckles spinning there, coming out of 13.
Yeah, Nathan Duckles, who started 5th, and might drop a position or 2 after that. Let's hope he gets out of that one.
Look for a pass here at turn 1.
Here we go.
Zach Mosley coming to the inside.
Takes a look at his mirrors and gets it done. That's the way to do it at Road America. Get it done. Try to get it done before you turn in. That's the idea. There's plenty of runoff there at 1, and that's why people do make the move. But it can go wrong very easily. Now, that's the LMP3, that all green, right?
Yeah, that's a Ligier LMP3. That's a heavier machine, 2,300 pounds. It has I saw there was a bunch of comments about the engine and that it's a 5.6 liter Nissan engine.
That's right.
It uses a lot bigger tire as well. So with these cars, you'll see the Ligier might drop off a bit at the beginning as it has to get heat into its tires. But as the race goes on, the tires and the grip definitely help him later in the race.
Now this looks like a pretty equally yoked race between the Sebecos.
Yeah. Yep. The Mark Calzaretta and Alex Bushera, both under the 9-4 Motorsports tent. Looks like they're going to be bringing a couple more cars to Virginia at our next round, and they also have an LMP3. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the nice thing about it, for those interested, that's the 65. I think they're just checking out Nathan Duckles, who hit the grass for that to make sure that there's no damage to the car.
A little bit of damage to the floor there in the back.
Yeah. A flesh wound, as Monty Python would say. Nothing too bad.
Yes, and there's your resident expert from the comments yesterday. Donnie Leonard is one of the techs on that classic car there. He was answering lots of questions, but he's a little busy with something else right now.
So we're underway, and Palmer Miller has just done a 2:13.4 to set us in motion, just ahead of Judd Miller, his father, 2:15.2. Jim Booth 3rd, Paul LaHaye in 4th position in the LMP3, and then Zach Mosley's moved right up the board in the 95 to 5th place overall. Mark Russell, then it's Calzaretta, Bushara, and Duckles now obviously in the pit lane, but should get back out there before the race is done.
But like most of our racing, it's interesting throughout the pack, and these Sebecos here in the rear coming up on, I believe, Mosley. Is that Mosley in front of him?
That probably Mark Russell.
Mark Russell, okay. Looks like this is going to be the battle to watch throughout this race.
Yeah, as they fly past our commentary position, they all sound great. There's a lovely note to the engine as well. I really like the sound of these cars.
So it looks like the Revolution can kind of gap them on the straights, but the Sebecos can kind of get them in the twisty bits and under braking, as you see a little bit of a twitch there from the 9.4.
Yeah, and we saw this at Laguna as well in the last round, where you had some faster guys in the Sebecos and some newer drivers in the Revolutions. They can mix it up even though they're in different classes. There's always somebody to race with.
You know, if you're listening on our live stream and you're wondering, you know, what the heck's all this? I've not seen this before. Well, it's a new championship, PSSA, and it races at the likes of Road Atlanta, Sonoma, Laguna, Mid-Ohio, here at Road America, Virginia coming up. And so a really interesting championship at some of the most iconic circuits, and a chance to win 10 grand if you're the champion, and a lot of other kind of prizes as well available in terms of parts and bits and bobs.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, Virginia. We have 3 rounds left after Road America, Virginia, and then we go to Spring Mountain in Las Vegas.
Nice.
And then over to Coda for the finale.
We'll see you there in Austin. That'll be the home for S's, and they'll be looking forward to that.
There's the S's team.
I've employed Dave O'Neill this weekend. He's doing the Formula One for us, so I know that he's been keeping a watchful eye on it. Gave me a call this morning before he went on air. See how his boys are getting on.
Yep. Yeah, no spoilers.
So Miller now has built a 3.9 second lead, pretty much as he did yesterday, and Palmer doing a great job. Not sure what his plans are for the future, but he didn't start racing until he was 16 and started in GTs and just did some track days and then got a feel for it. But the trouble is for Dad, he's also got 3 sisters.
He sure does.
And they all race.
Yes, they do.
So you've got Palmer and 3 sisters. They're racing BMWs, or at least they're doing track days.
Yep.
And so I said, oh, my word. I said, what does Mum think? She goes, oh, she's with us. She's supporting it, Il. So I said, okay, good. You've got the permission to go racing then.
Yep, that's right.
So we had some comments here that they didn't know if this was a timed race or laps. Now, we try to do it in laps, but if there's a full course caution, basically it
it's a
becomes
30-minute
race. But, yeah, they have they're slated from 9:45 to 10:30, so it'll probably be about a 35, 40-minute race.
Yeah, there's about 22 minutes left in this race at the moment.
Yep.
And look at Miller. He's flying 6 seconds up the road. So he's got his head around this, has Palmer Miller for sure, and he's on for a second win of the weekend. And that's the other thing. You get plenty of track time. Explain kind of what you get if you come down either for a weekend where you do a one-off or you're part of the championship. How much racing can you get?
Yeah, so usually we run under the SVRA banner. So we have track day usually on the Thursday, and then Friday we have a practice and a qualifying session. 2 30-minute races normally, and then we've been adding this enduro in. At Laguna, we mixed the enduro in with the IGT guys, and so we had some GT and some sports racers out at the same time, but guaranteed 2 30-minute races. And as the championship grows, then we can get more track time and do this enduro thing.
Well, let's get down to the nitty-gritty. What about setup? What can you do with these cars? What do you want to do? And what is the most likely thing to do at a place like Road America, where conditions haven't changed greatly since as the weekend's gone on? We had a bit of rain, and Judd was telling me that's why they didn't bother going out for the qualifying or the second qualifying, just simply because there was no real need.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the Revolution car, you get it set up. A couple of the Classic Car Club cars are running basically the same setup they were running at Laguna. So not much change. You can do a little bit with the rear wing, a little bit with front canards to change the downforce. Yeah. And then spring rates and ride heights, you can adjust all that stuff. The car is obviously fully adjustable, but we try and get them on a setup. These guys are still, learning to go fast in these cars, and so changing the car constantly doesn't help them gain confidence. So you get the setup, pretty neutral, confidence inspiring, and then just go and race. Exactly.
Well, the field's spreading out. Go ahead.
A great battle here between the Radical, the Revolution, and the LMP3 for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, the Millers are kind of doing their own thing. And then we've got this good battle, as you say, between 3rd, 4th, 5th, LaHaye in 5th at the moment in the 86. Here comes the 95. That's the 4th place car, and you can see the distance as they dive into 5 and go back up the hill under the bridge.
Yeah, Jim Booth, amazing. 70 years old, still racing. Yesterday, it looks like we got Nathan Duckles back in the pit.
So whatever it is, he's not happy with it.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim he ran 30-minute race in a Formula Regional or F3 car and then jumped straight into the SR10 yesterday. So amazing at 70 years old is still doing that much racing.
And this is a great way to see the gaps. You could see that the Revolution was catching up on the white car, which is the Radical, Jim Booth. But now maybe through the carousel he can gap him a little bit because the car is a little bit wider or lighter and handles a little bit better. Then probably through kettle bottoms that Revolution should get him, and then Jim should probably be able to have an advantage. There's my zip ties. I use a lot of zip ties throughout the weekend.
Greatest invention in racing.
Those are definitely carbon fiber zip ties there.
Yeah, if you want to go racing, forget the cost of the car and the fuel and the tires. Get zip ties and duct tape, and you're good to go.
Yeah. So there's one of the driver coaches there in the yellow hat. That's Marco Cincetti, lives in Atlanta, coaches these guys, get them going faster. Looks like Zach's catching up a little bit there, and Paul LaHaye in the LMP3 just creeping up as well.
Yep, 5th place at the moment, Paul, but yeah, maybe using that power up the hill. It's a tough hill, actually. The television doesn't really give it kudos to how steep that hill is. But when you're here and you're in the paddock and you go down to the bottom of the hill here at Road America, you really do get to see the drop-off down to turn 14 from the start-finish.
You can see Mosley ducking out, just trying to get in his mirrors a little bit as they come into WeatherTech turn 3, but just can't quite catch up. Now look for him to try to outbrake Booth, which will be very difficult coming into Mission Foods turn 5, but he should have a little bit of more power as they come down what is a long straight, meaning they can go flat out, but it isn't truly straight. Kind of like the back straight at Coda, but no, Booth is still holding on.
Yep.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea, Palmer, 2083, his dad 2084. These are fast laps around Road America for sure. What's our Trans Am? I mean, that's our TA cars are not far off that, are they? So they're not
204 for a TA car or 203.
Yep. So they're hooning around there. Here we go. Here's your overtake. Oh, is he going to do it? No.
Oh.
I think the drone is the best place to watch an overtake like that from that particular left-hander. But he held him off. Jim Booth doing a really good job. Mosley really giving the pressure here as they go through the carousel.
Gave him just enough room for the stewards to say, yeah, I guess that's room.
Yeah.
But not another inch.
If these guys battle too hard, then they're going to let Paul LaHaye catch up there in the LMP3. So
he's waiting. Through the kink they go down and down towards the Bridge Hall Bennett Canada corner. And the karts are doing their thing. Great kart circuit. I'd love to have a go at that place. That looks real fun.
Got a great comment from Phil Manson. He says, some of these look like the Batmobile after someone put them in the dryer.
Yeah, good. I like that. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, one of the cars, Ron Fletcher, that runs on the West Coast, his original car is Batman livery. So, yeah.
Well, I was going to ask you about Ron Fletcher. Why didn't he do that? Is he just West Coast? Because he had a great run, kind of swept the whole West Coast run,
right? But
isn't here. So this is a great opportunity for Palmer, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Ron is over in Poland right now. So I still tried to convince him to come here, but he should be back with Virginia.
I saw Jim Booth kind of make a double move coming into Big Machine Vodka spike coolers there on that straight. But I guess you could say that was the racing line as they come into WeatherTech turn 3. But Mosley, you can see he's starting to get frustrated back there.
Still got enough time to make his move, but the Millers on their way. Palmer's extended that lead now to just over 7 seconds. So a bit of bragging rights on the way home. But talking to Judd this morning, I think he's pretty proud of what Palmer's achieving at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Palmer's first time in a Revolution in a race.
Yeah.
He's always driven the Radicals. And so the first time Judd and Palmer in the same machine.
I was going to say, has he given you any feedback? I haven't spoken to Palmer myself, but how different are those cars to drive or learn to drive, do you think?
All he's told me this weekend is the car is awesome to drive. It's super stable, and he wants to drive it again. So.
That's a good indication then.
So it looks like Mosley, who tried to make that pass at turn 8 last lap, is just trying to get right up behind him and maybe looking for Canada Corner to be the passer. They come around the carousel, and you can see Booth gapping him a little bit around that carousel.
Yep.
Maybe a little bit better handling. Now they come into the kink.
They're pretty evenly yoked at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, it's staying about the same, but now we should look to that gap to close up a little bit coming into Canada, but then Booth should be able to outbreak him coming into Bridge Hall Bennett, Canada Corner 12.
Yeah, as you say, crunches up into Canada, but then extends. And LaHaye coming bit by bit. He's making his way in that green Ligier.
Yeah, looks like he's gained about a second there.
Yeah. Fastest lap for Palmer, 2:07.2 now on lap 7.
Okay, let's look now. Who gets the best run out of 14? Looks like Mosley's catching him. So coming into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1, Booth is going back and forth trying to avoid the draft, but this might be his best chance, Jonathan.
Yeah, I think so. As they come past our commentary position, he is tucked up right behind him. Now, the usual is to jink to the inside at this point, but he's not quite close enough, and he almost loses it. Gets washed out for a second there, and he had to be careful, had to lift off a little. Now he'll try and tuck himself back up down that long run through 4 and down to 5.
Now I noticed the driver in the Revolution, Mosley, is to driver's right of the car, the Radicals driver's left. Most of the tracks that we run, there are more right-handers than left-handers, so that could be kind of an advantage. Can you buy a left-hand and a right-hand drive Revolution?
No, currently it's all right-hand drive. And the Radical SR10, you can get center, left, or right.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Because we have a lot of drivers that run like Mini Coopers or Lotus 7s, and they look at the track and then decide if they want to bring their right-hand drive or their left-hand drive car.
Right. Yeah.
Well, this is as close as he's been, and he's definitely eyeing his way. Watch through the left-hander. He made an approach a couple of laps ago through here. Again, he's just, he's getting himself tucked in, ready for the carousel. And I've got a feeling that by the time they get to Canada, he'll have got it done. But this is, watch Booth now just extend it through the carousel. Really does a great job of using the power. Look, see how he's extended it just slightly?
Really impressed with Jim Booth. He's doing a really good job. Now, let me ask you this, and maybe you're not allowed to answer live, but is there any bad blood with the Radical Revolution crowd? Is it like Ford versus Chevy or anything like that?
Let's just get some more Radicals out here so that we can have some more of a battle. But, no, we welcome all the Radicals to come race with us. And obviously, Phil Abbott started Radical. Now he's working on the Revolution. So, obviously, there's definitely some rivalry there for sure.
He made another mistake there. He's in all sorts of trouble. Great save out of 14. It's fast through there.
Yeah.
And look how much he's lost.
Yeah.
Well, he's got to do it all again now, and time running out. Just over 10 minutes to go in this one, but Booth can breathe easy for a lap or so. And in fact, that's also brought LaHaye back into the picture, as you can see in that LMP3 coming into turn 1 again, but he was all out of sorts coming into 14 there.
Yeah, he had a spin there on Friday, and good save there.
Yeah, very good. And you heard the squeal of the Hankooks there underneath him.
Yeah,
there's that bodywork. They haven't managed to get the ties as well as they'd like, but I mean, he's still out there. And that's Duckles again.
Yeah, looks like that.
It's not causing any problem.
I should have given him my Fleet Farm zip ties.
There you go.
I buy my zip ties here at Fleet Farm in Wisconsin. For some reason, they make the best zip ties.
Well, you use them out here. That's why. It's farm country.
Yeah, there's an extension on the floor, the diffuser that goes underneath that wing that's probably broken off, and so it's flapping around a little bit.
So you're listening to Jason Miles, the rep from the PSSA, our latest championship as part of Pirelli Holdings and a part of the Speed Tour. That is the SVRA family that includes Trans Am, Formula 3 or Formula Regional as we call it, and F4, as well as Trans Am, XGT, SGT, GT racing. Great fraternity. Ben Sissel's been around for a long time around it, and I think that's the biggest thing you would say is that once you become part of this family, it's just a great place to be for the weekend, isn't it? And it doesn't matter whether you're a 16-year-old learning. You can go up to a 60-year-old, Boris said, who's seen it, been there, done that, and got the T-shirt.
Yep.
And or say, hey, I don't know much about racing, but I'd like to try something, and I've got an SVRA license. Can I come and race with you guys? That's the beauty of it, isn't it?
Absolutely. SVRA definitely has, over the years, allowed more cars to come in. If you have a car with 4 wheels on it, you can pretty much find somewhere to run it. And these Revolution cars and Radicals can run not just in the PSSA events, but they can run in Group 11 and SVRA as well. So if there's some regional events you want to do and you have a Radical or a Ligier, you can come and run one of those. But yeah, can't say enough good things about.
And I didn't mention IGT, of course. That's another
absolutely
very competitive series.
Yep. And stay tuned, because we're going to release our next year's schedule here pretty soon. But we do have driver schools scheduled, and a lot of our regular drivers take part in our driver schools. So it's a great way to get involved, very inexpensive. And the great thing is once you get an SVRA license, PSSA, IGT, Trans Am, SCCA all recognize those licenses.
I'd love to do the school, not because I'm fancy going racing, but I'd just like to learn more.
Yeah, I think you could probably write it off and say, I need some time in a TA2 car, just so, for your Trans Am announcing, have a little more knowledge,
You mean I need to rent Rafa for a week?
Yeah.
In Brazil.
Yeah.
And a track. That'd be great. So we're getting to the business end of this one. Palmer Miller has totally dominated, and he's taken a massive lead over Dad, as the Miller brothers have made it Miller time, and they have totally dominated the weekend so far. And it is Palmer Miller leading the way, the young 21-year-old, by some 16 seconds at the moment. But we've had a nice chance to go back and look at all the different cars involved in this championship. Here's that Sabeco that we've been talking about. Bashura at the wheel. They've spread out a little bit, those two. They were having a good battle earlier on with Calzaretta, Mark Calzaretta, but there he is, Mark. But he's gapped the 94 by some distance as he comes into 5, finally coming out of the woods is the 94.
Yeah, and you just look at the lap times of Palmer Miller here over the race, and his lap times haven't dropped at all.
No.
208s, 207s, 208s, the consistency of the Hankook tires. That's another reason we love the support of them. The tires are consistent and they don't drop off, so they can get through the race and still keep the same pace up. So
yeah, and also interesting to see, like Jim Booth just did his fastest lap on lap 10 there, a 2:10.7. And so, and lap 9 for Mark Russell. So,
yep.
Well into the race, they're still setting their fastest laps. As the fuel load goes down, like you say, the tyres definitely doing their job if they're able to put the fastest laps in after 10 laps.
And looks like we got a slow car on them.
Yeah, somebody slowed down. Right at the kink, worst place to be.
Yeah, just got a report from race control that the 9.5 of Mosley has slowed way down, so not sure what's happening there.
Yeah, well, we saw it, didn't we?
That might indicate fuel.
Yeah.
It's a longer race maybe than they had anticipated.
Well, no cautions, and this has been a flat-out run for everybody. Miller now taking that gap to 22 seconds. He's going to really win this by a country mile, isn't he? What a day for him.
Yeah.
What a weekend.
Yeah, so one more race left this weekend for these guys, a 1-hour enduro at 3 o'clock today.
And that's probably a whole different ball game, isn't it? A 1 hour in this, that's a real physical challenge, isn't it?
It sure is, yep. Yep, 1 5-minute pit stop in that enduro, but
can you use 2 drivers for that?
you can, yeah. Yeah, so sometimes the driver coaches jump in the enduro. Yep. And
that I always think is really good. We have the same in the IGT as well, because the driver coaches can play a big part in basically seeing what's wrong with the car.
Yep.
And also therefore telling the amateur or the guy they're coaching how to work around that problem if there is a problem, but also to understand what the car is capable of and give confidence to the driver that they're coaching that, hey, you can go a little deeper into turn 1.
Yeah.
Great shots of Zach Mosley coming into pit lane. You could see him coming in. You could see the timing or the radar gun that he was staying under 40 miles an hour, which is good. And is he flashing his lights for his team? But
that's a pit limiter flashes the lights, but it looks like a little bit of smoke coming out the back
from the rear. Yeah, but that might be over the kitty litter there.
Yeah, good point.
Oh, tire.
Oh, maybe you should have slow puncher. Yeah.
Yeah, we found some issues. Oh, yeah, he's got no tire.
The tire is goed.
Would you call
not
that
there.
a puncture?
A slow puncture, yep.
I would call that an implosion, yes.
Yep. Yep, probably hit some curbing, something like that. Oh, torque wrench on
I
there.
mentioned, obviously, with this new grip that they've got, a little bit of blistering, but that was a complete... he's either hit something or something's gone wrong. There's our McDonald's number 63.
We saw him get a little wiggly following Jim Booth a couple of times.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah, maybe that was part of it, yeah.
Trying to catch this radical that we're on here, this white car.
It looks like there's the tire right there.
Yep, there it is.
Between
yeah,
6 and 7.
Found it.
Yep.
So Jim Booth going to consolidate third place now. He's not got the pressure. And sadly for Mosley, he is in the pits, but he'll get back out to finish off the race. It's Palmer Miller still out front, Judd Miller in second, Jim Booth in third in our second of the PSSA races. You heard Jason Miles telling us there's one more race at 3 o'clock this afternoon, which will be an endurance race, quite different.
White flag's out this time.
And the white flag is out, yeah. He is just pushing on his Palmer on the final lap. He's trying to take it to over 25 seconds. He's got the bragging rights this weekend.
Yep.
Dad's buying, I think.
Yep.
It's been a good weekend weather-wise. You always expect some sort of weather at some point, i.e. rain, in Road America, but we've been very lucky this weekend. So the white flag waves for Judd Miller. Here he is. We haven't seen him most of the race in that red, white, and blue. And patriotic colours with the American flag emblazoned on the side. There's Jim Booth in third place. That's the gap then between those two.
And the great
performance by Booth. That car just looks planted.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of experience here on the track this weekend with racing in all these different classes, so nice job.
Yesterday in the victory lane after race 1, the camaraderie between all the drivers and manufacturers was great. Great to see. Jim Booth said he's signing up for the rest of the season, so.
Well, that's good.
Look at this go-kart race about to start. 2x2 down there right in the middle of the screen. That's been kind of neat. I went down and visited Tony Buffamonte, who was one of our TA2 racers, has a kid racing in go-karts today that will be with us in TA2 in about 2 years.
Oh, what a great story.
So
Excellent.
here they come on the final lap coming into the Bridge Hall Bennett Canada corner, Jonathan.
Yep, here we come through the forests, the famous hill, to complete the lap through 12, 13 and 14 here at Road America. Like I say, the history goes back to 1955, some of the great events. Brian Redmond, big event next weekend here. They've had the Moto America IndyCar.
Well, that's Russell.
Yep.
We're looking for the leader here.
So Mark Russell going about to complete his final lap. He takes the white flag.
There's Palmer
Here
Miller.
comes your winner. Just behind him and takes the checkered flag. It's Miller time yet again in Road America as Judd Miller will follow his son Palmer home. Great job by Palmer Miller. The 21-year-old in the number 30 makes it 2 for 2 here at Road America. First time out in this Revolution racing car and loving every minute of it. Great stuff. Judd Miller will come across the line in the 500 in second place, and it was over 30 seconds, so that's a real bragging right. He's getting the wave from the marshals. Booth takes third. LaHaye in fourth, Russell fifth, Calzaretta in sixth place, Bashura in seventh, Mosley eighth, and Duckles. Mosley and Duckles, of course, with those problems, and hence the reason they're a couple of laps down, having been in the pits. But my thanks to Jason Miles. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Where can we if somebody's tuning in, where can they sort of get more information about potentially joining you?
So they can, if they want to talk about Revolutions, they can email racing@revolutionracecars.com. On social media, Sports Prototype Cup North America or Prototype Sprint on Instagram, Facebook, and send us a message and we'll get you some information and hope to see you in Virginia.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for your time, Jason. Thanks for coming up here, and well done. And this is our latest new championship, PSSA. So plenty going on in that one. It was totally dominated by Palmer Miller. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. And we got off to a good start with Palmer Miller straight into the lead. Some good battles throughout. Jim Booth doing a great job, and the Sebekos together on track for most of the race. But then the first real problem for the 65 of Nathan Duckles. Just had some rear issues, which they tried to tie up, but it still flapped around a little bit. There's Jim Booth having a great battle with the 95 of Zach Mosley. And in fact, Mosley, unfortunately, having to come in with a retired tyre, a very tired out tyre, because the whole thing fell off. But back out he got. But there was no such problems. Over 30 seconds, Palmer Miller won his second race of the weekend. So we'll take a short break here from Road America. It's perfect conditions for racing, and we've got a full day of racing coming your way as part of the Speed Tour. We are underway, though. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for a professional detail or shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Moving right along, welcome back to Road America and the Speed Tour. We're just getting warmed up. We've just had our first race of the day, and we're about to start our second, which will be F1600. And I'm delighted to be joined by last year's champion in that particular formula, and that is Thomas Scragg. And welcome. We had a chance to talk to you last time out. We were watching these races, and of course Ben Sissel alongside us again. Ben, have you ever thought trying a single-seater like this? I know you like your minis, but you know.
I would love it. Actually, once I heard about this driver's school that we're having next season that I can't quite announce yet, but I'm thinking I'm going to try to get into Formula V for that driver's
Let's
school.
do it.
That would be pretty good.
I think we should go together.
Yes, and then, we can
commentator
call it
learning
research.
session. Research, absolutely. Thomas, first and foremost, you know these cars better than anybody. You also know the drivers. You're helping a few of them. What's it all about, racing these single-seaters, these smaller Formula cars?
For sure, consistency, and I preach this to everybody that I talk to. Consistency is number one in my book. It's not really about fast lap. This track especially, you can get a huge draft off of 2 to 3 cars, and you can set one really fast flying lap, but it doesn't mean much because at the end of the day, you've got to be able to race the car that you're in. Brake late and hard. The initial peak is really important. Rolling off the brakes soon and rolling the speed because the momentum at this track is so important.
I was going to say, this is probably a real tough track, given that it's over 4 miles, some really fast corners like the turn 1 we're going through, turn 3. It really is a challenge. That carousel must be, you must be on your, leaning over almost the whole time you're on. Have you raced here?
I have not raced here before.
I bet you'd like to.
I would, yeah. Yeah.
What are you up to? I mean, we were just asking before, but let's tell the fans. You won this championship last year, and you're kind of having a little time out of the car to go on to the next stage. What's next for you?
USF 2000, I just raced last weekend at Mid-Ohio. So second in testing, only to my former driver coach, Simon Sykes. So that was great to see. And then I was fourth in another testing session, and qualifying actually changed our weekend a ton. We had an alternator failure, and I didn't turn a lap, so then I had to start the rear of every race. So I had my time busy. I was working through the field the whole entire race, and I made up about 31 spots through 3 races. So I'm very thankful for the car that Exclusive Autosport gave me and all my sponsors, Beefcake Racing and Doug Mockett, Airport Electric Service, and Team USA Scholarship.
Now, you've been helping Jack Sullivan, right?
Yep.
How's he going?
Well, he was fastest in the first practice session yesterday, or Friday, and then we had qualifying yesterday. He was pole, third in the race. He had been on top of the board for just about every practice session, and he was running those times solo. So it was very impressive to see. We'll see. He's starting 8th today. I know the field is a little bit scrambled now, so we'll see how it turns out. We've got Ken Buquillen in second. He finished about 6th or 7th yesterday, and he's actually a Masters driver. And then we've got Scott Rubenzer, who's in third as well, and he's a Masters driver, so it'll be interesting to watch.
And who else? I know that Jason Pribble's coming back at Hankook. We saw, when we last were with you, he had a good run and was up there as one of the fast boys. Who else should we be looking out for, do you think?
Porter Aiken. He's starting 10th, and he's the points leader. And he actually won yesterday, so he's going to be rolling
Porter winning in the
field.
rain at Atlanta.
Yeah, yep. He's been very consistent all year. I think he only has one bad race, which was at Lime Rock. And other than that, I think his next worst finish might be 4th place.
Wow, pretty impressive. And who would you say is attracted to this? This is for youngsters coming up and learning their way, and as you say, with a chance to, from this, maybe go into F4 or US 2000 or, any of the sort of single-seater, what I would call national championships. So this is a great starting point to get out of karts, learn your single-seaters.
Yeah, I would say anybody out of karting. Obviously, we've got a kart track here, so I've seen a lot of karters actually come over to the paddock and watch. So it's very interesting to see who will move up into the 1600s next year. I know it's in a transition phase right now in this class.
Well, here we go, Jonathan.
Here we go, and that long climb up the hill, it's an arduous sight because you really lose sight of the green flag because all you can see right now is asphalt and the grey of it. But then as you just crest this hill, you'll see the tower and you'll see the bridge and you'll see that green flag in front of us, and away it goes. We are underway for the feature race 2 of the F1600s. A huge field spreading out already, dust flying up offline as they all try to make their way cleanly into the first corner. And it is the 83, Ken Buquillen. Looks as though he's got the whole shot. Through goes the 70. And they're still side by side as they head into 2. Very close racing. Two of the race cars, side by side, but everybody cleanly through and down the back straight for the first time. Nice clean start. Now, this is where it all sorts out, because the first major breaking point is here at turn 5. So they'll pop out of the woods in a second. Here they come. And they're still side by side. But the inside line into this left-hander is the way to go, and there is an overtake, it looks like. Is that Burns taking the lead?
Yeah, it looks like Theodore Burns just took the lead over McQuillan as they come up under the Corvette Bridge around Mission Foods turn 5. But still, clean, no touching that I've seen, Jonathan.
That's
really
fantastic.
Great racing here as they come into a crazy 7, because you're still kind of flat out through this turn now, downhill to an unpredictable turn 8, because that downhill can throw you off just enough. But it looks like they're all kind of scrunching up together. We get that accordion effect, and now through the carousel, which is a pretty treacherous part of this track.
Got to say, Tom, good racecraft by everybody out there. Very clean start. Not often you see a race at Road America with such a clean start.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Yesterday wasn't the cleanest, but they still made the best out of what they could. So there was a point yesterday in race 1 where I think there were 4 wide going into Canada corner. So yeah, we'll see what happens today. I think everyone's tamed down a bit now.
Yeah, this is.
It looks like the lead car might be losing something, a little bit of speed.
Okay, and the guy in third has just moved to second at Canada. Nicely done into the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner. And we've got a change for second place. Is that Rubenza?
That might be Sebastian Mateo Naranjo, because it looked like it was a yellow car.
Ah, there you go. And you're absolutely right. So we'll see as they come across the line. That's the 23, though, of Eddie Beswick in, 5th place? Up the hill they come to cross the line to get the first lap completed. It's a short 20-minute sprint race, this.
It looks like they're going to be coming 3 wide into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1, Jonathan.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the car that was on second is now kind of vying to stay in the top 3, and that is the 80 of Naranjo. And yeah, it's pretty tight in there, but great racing. Jack Sullivan going through in the 19, currently in 9th position ahead of Kearse. But a good group now, a lead group of about 10, maybe 12 cars. Through goes Eddie Beswick in that all-white number 23. He's in 5th. Out in 6th place. Pribble 7th. Aiken in 8th. Sullivan 9th. And Kearse in 10th. That's your top 10. Any surprises for you, Tom?
Not at all. I think the track position helps everyone, and we'll see what happens here into 5. Once again, it looks
side
like
by side of the Mission Foods turn 5. Sorry to interrupt, but we've got another new leader, and I feel like we're going to be saying that throughout this race, Jonathan.
Sebastian Mateo Naranjo. Where's he from, then? That's a great name. Number 80, up the Corvette hill and under the bridge he comes. And yes, there's a battle now of top 4, maybe 5 by the time they scrunch up at the next braking point into the left-hander. But yes, he has taken the lead.
Now watch that car in 3rd. Looks like he's kind of trying to make a pass here. Maybe his next opportunity will be the kink, but losing, going a little bit wide there out of 8. You can see everybody looking at their phones, either watching the live stream or watching Race Monitor. But man, from 1st to 5th, really close racing here.
Tom, how differently are the cars set up? What can you do to make the difference? Is there much you can do? Because obviously in a junior formula, you want to keep it simple, right?
I would keep it simple. That's how it's always worked, and I think there's not much you could do. Honestly, you can mess with camber and toe to try to get a little bit of straightaway speed.
Eddie Beswick coming onto the outside.
Whoa,
Bennett
Canada.
Bridge Hall.
This could end up in tears. Who's going to come out of the woods? I wonder.
They come up through Thunder Valley and Billy Mitchell Bend. Who's going to be out front?
Naranjo
looks like it stayed the same order.
Just about. And now this top 5 with Beswick in 4th. And how just behind it looks like. But that was a really interesting Canada corner there as they start to snake up the hill here. Naranjo leading them for now anyway. But what can you adjust?
Toe and camber for sure. And honestly, I think it's more about rolling the speed through the turns.
Yeah. Look at this. Great racing, 2x2.
Naranjo lost 5 positions just in that straightaway from the draft.
Yeah. And yeah, that's another factor. How big is the draft down the long straights that we've got here at Road America?
It's very big. You could actually pass someone and then get passed back.
Wow.
Before the end of the straightaway.
Yeah, it's that long. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So,
it looked like Naranjo came up 14 and wanted the group to go right with him. They broke away to the left, and he was kind of by himself.
And that's very much like Tour de France. If you ever watch the cycling, it's like peloton racing. Yeah, you don't want to be left out on your own. You want to be with the rest of the group. Again, down to 5, and they are spreading out again. And it's the 83 of Bulicon, this time leading it in, how do you pronounce it, Buquillon?
I would say Buquillon.
Buquillon, good. I'll get it right. These guys could be racing the 500 in a few years' time, so I better get their names right. Now, Aitken moving up. Pribble still in 7. Sullivan's up to 6 now. And we've got a lead group of what, 8, 9 cars?
In just that half a lap, Naranjo went from 1st to 7th.
I know, amazing. That's the beauty of this kind of racing, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you were asking who's attracted to this kind of racing. I would say mothers and fathers who have a kid that's in racing, boy or girl, that is, like you said, in karting. This seems like, for developing racecraft, a really good series to get into for how to race wheel to wheel with the other drivers. But it seems like the racing and the track time that these drivers get, as we see Bestwick coming on the inside.
Yeah, he's got a good line there, but he's been closed. The door's been closed on him. But he's still got it open now. If he breaks really late into Canada, I don't think he's going to make it through there. No, he doesn't quite. McQuillan just holding on to the lead there as they come out of the woods one more time to 12 and 13. But Bestwick now 2nd place. Yeah, you're right. The ebbs and flows of a race like this, that all yellow number 80 was leading coming up the hill just a lap or so ago, and now he's fighting just to stay in the top 6. Great stuff. Yeah, I agree with you. 16, 17-year-olds wanting to take it seriously and also learn the tracks, because if you are a serious racing driver for the future, you're going to come to Road America. You're going to go to Watkins Glen and a few others, and so you want to get your head round these circuits, because they've all got their own nuances, especially when you're racing this close. Is it a little bit intimidating when you're racing at this close quarters, or do you all get used to it?
I've got used to it. For most of the parents watching, I don't think they have.
They don't get used to it, no.
Usually they're very nervous.
Yep, Bestwick hits the front for the first time under the Cheese Bridge.
Snaking, trying to avoid that draft. But I'm telling you right now, it looks like Jack Sullivan is the strongest car out there, just from the naked eye. Watch for him to duck out here. Looks like he's coming in pretty strong now.
Well, and his last lap at 2:25.4, so yeah, he's on it, for sure.
3rd now currently, I believe.
Good guy, he's got a good future.
Yeah, I believe so. He's just like me. So
good.
He's been my friend for a couple years now. I actually met him at his first go-kart race. So we became friends there, and it was actually a rain race between just me and him.
Look at this, coming in hot. Takes the outside into 8. Waits for it a little bit, and Naranjo hung out there at 8, going wide. Looks like he's going to get past again. But this front group of 9 cars, Jonathan, unbelievable. Now look what happens as they come through the kink and down Kettle Bottoms, around the carousel, through the kink, down Kettle Bottoms into Bridge Hall Bennett, Canada Corner. Watch for Jack Sullivan to try to come out through Thunder Valley.
Yeah, and as you say, if you are a parent watching this and looking for a place where your kid can really learn racecraft, you're watching it right here. They are racing 6 or 7 deep, side by side, at a really safe track, all the right safety precautions taken, and getting the coverage, around the world. You can watch this on the Speed Tour live stream and make a name for yourself.
Jack Sullivan might have been hung out to dry. He went out wide there through Thunder Valley, giving other drivers a chance to stomp on him, which happened there. So Burns, I think, is in 3rd now.
So we've got a 9-way battle at the front. 9 cars, all in this group.
It's anybody's race between those 9 right now is how I see it.
Bestwick still holding that lead, but for how long, I wonder. Now he's trying to at least close the door where he can, and they all dive in. The last man through, Jason Pribble.
Jack Sullivan side by side through WeatherTech, turn 3, takes over.
Pribble, 18 years old, from Glenview, and has a decade of racing experience behind him in karts, cars, and different tracks around the country. His first car race, 2020. So right during the pandemic for Rice cars. Side by side again. Bestwick just holding on.
Then
Is that
Burns,
Hankook now
and then
in second?
Sullivan third. And look at that, Naranjo back into fourth.
I bet you wish you were out there. This is good stuff, isn't it? Was this how close it was last year as well? Who of these guys that we're watching now were racing against you last year?
We had Ayrton Hankook out there last year. Actually, even Matteo Naranjo, Jack Sullivan. So a lot of the field is the same. Even Teddy Burns.
Okay.
So a lot of the top 7 to 8 cars have all been out there. And obviously you said Pribble as well. He used to race on Rice before I raced with Rice. So
okay.
Yep.
Kears in that red car, the number 11, is trying to close the gap and make this a 10-car battle. As we look at this, too wide going into the kink. That's not suggested. And I think Buquillin, who you said is more the veteran, I think he saw that coming and backed down a little bit. He's like, I've seen this play out before, and it never ends well.
Naranjo's getting up to third. Look, he's holding off third now. He's back up there, so he's done a good job of sort of closing the gap, having dropped down to 6 at one point.
Sullivan tried to go side by side into Bridge Hall Bennett turn 12, or we call it Canada Corner. And now look at this, about to go side by side into 14.
What was Jack's hopes going into this one? Does he want a podium or does he want the win?
He wants the win.
I bet. Out of 14 again, using all the track and more, and back up the hill. Starting to spread out just a little. The top 3 got a little bit of air now between them as that third place now goes to Naranjo in that all yellow. But it's far from done yet. All taking different lines as they approach turn 1 here at Road America. The big machine, Vodka, Spike Coolers, turn 1.
Man, Naranjo.
Up to second now.
Really fun to watch that bright yellow car. He's gone
Can't miss him.
from 4th to 1st to 9th, back to 2nd.
Yeah, I think I asked you this last time. Where in a group like this, as we come down to the closing stages, do you want to be? I mean, I would say that you'd be quite comfortable in third because given the draft that you've got more chance. Leading is tough.
Leading's definitely tough, and I believe second would be the best place coming out of 14.
I mean, look at
coming
this.
to the line to win it.
Almost 5 wide. They all slot in there somehow. Got a lot of good respect here for each other's racing. Obviously, they've been racing all season together, but you really do see that no one's trying anything too clever. No one's outbreaking themselves. They've all got the idea that, hey, we've all got to get to the finish line here, guys. So there's no point in all piling in at turn 5 to be a hero. Bestwick now back to the front as they go into the left-hander.
That's the biggest gap I've seen in the front that Sullivan's got up there as they come into 8th. And Kears right there in the last car you see there still closing that gap. So this may be a 10-car race here at the end.
Great stuff. Sullivan, Bestwick, Naranjo, Hankook, Burns, Pribble in 6th place. Aiken now 7th. Bullekin's the one that's lost out. He's down in 8th now, ahead of Rubens in 9th and Kurse in 10th.
Wow, Jack Sullivan, really great line out of the kink. Look at that. It looks like, is that Buquillin coming up to the inside there of Naranjo as they come in, maybe trying to make a pass on 2 cars here. Just came up short, but was able to make that pass for second.
They're not afraid to go through Canada. It was a very fast corner and heavy braking going in.
That might be Hankook. I can't really tell just yet. I think that's Hankook.
Does the car change
8,
as the race goes on?
Burns in second.
Honestly, with this repave, I haven't seen that the car changes as much.
Yeah, definitely everybody's saying a lot smoother, which will help these small Formula cars for sure. Up the hill and past our commentary position again. It's a 6-wide race, literally. Look at this, folks.
Looks like Burns had the best run out of 14. That's him to our right. First driver's left, Bestwick right beside him, and then right beside him, Naranjo, and Naranjo's going to be able to take it.
Nicely done. And then at the back of this group, the Scott Rubens in the all-green 31. And he is officially in 9th position. Well, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. A couple of laps to go in this one, but it's anybody's race. How would you play this, Tom?
Well, I think 3rd or 4th is the best position to be in right now. Maybe you can work your way up a bit. And then I obviously would not like to lead going into the last turn.
Absolutely
you'll get past before you get to the line.
Yeah. which is weird because how do you play not leading? You know, I mean, all right, you can lift, but that also doesn't necessarily help you, does it?
It's very tough, but it's a balance that you kind of have to find. And once you find it and you fall back a couple spots and work back up, you want to be positioned at the very right time.
And do you find everybody should come to the last lap and sort of say, "No, you lead." Off you
Yeah,
go.
I feel like people just kind of hand over the lead because they don't want to be there. But
I'll bet. Well, Max Easterson was part of this championship. Was he in this 1600 championship as well?
yes, in 2020.
Yeah, and he's moved on now to FIA F3 and will be, I guess, taking on Hunter Yaney and a few others.
Yeah, he was my teammate for the Formula Ford Festival and Walter Hayes Trophy last year.
He won that, right?
Yeah, he did.
Pretty cool.
So,
how'd you go?
I was fourth in that race.
Brilliant.
Just behind
Very
three veterans.
prestigious
So,
race, yeah.
he did a great job, though. He's very fast in these Ford cars, especially the Rays and the Avon tires over there in the UK.
Yeah, for any young driver from the USA, a chance to do the Walter Hayes Trophy, and many have over the years. It really does.
Look at the score. Look at the scoreboard. Look at that. They're all within a second up to 8th.
It's nuts.
Here come the leaders.
Here they come. F1600 at its very best. And I've got my eye on Naranjo in second place because he's really played this well. Look at him snake again. And they're all trying to take a draft off each other. Naranjo popping out now, trying to use his own air, but try to defend that position as well. White flag will probably be next time round, but look at this. It's anybody's race. And like you say, nobody wants to lead really because you're a bit of a target by that point. Burns, though, it is who leads now from Bestwick.
Yeah, I think Sullivan might be in the best seat right now.
Yeah.
Just dropped back to 5th, though. His car still looks strong as they get a little bit squiggly going through there. I think that was Hankook.
Sullivan on the 19 we're talking about. Well, Thomas, you're the expert here. Tell us what's going to happen because we can't tell you.
Well, the only one that I'm seeing is Burns actually getting a run every lap.
Yeah.
And he's got it set up, and it's very important to get that run onto the front straight.
So you're kind of watching what they're doing lap after lap and who's sort of not making the move but in a position to do so.
Yeah, for
Gotcha.
sure.
And he gets a great run out of 14. If he can get a great run out of 14 and second or third, he can drag race down to the start line up the hill.
Well, this is classic racing. A 9-way battle just for the lead.
That's a big gap, though, up front.
Yeah, it is now. First time we've had that kind of gap, yeah.
So I believe that's Bestwick up front in that white car.
And I guess, I mean, is there a point of no return where you've got a gap and they can't catch you? The peloton, if you will, can't catch you? I mean, it looks as though he's got that.
That looks like a pretty big gap.
Yeah, you can break the draft, but that's not enough. Especially at a track like this, you need just over a second, if not more, maybe like 1.2 or 1.3 seconds of a gap.
Well, he's edging towards that now, and we're going to get that white flag out pretty soon, I'm pretty sure. And still Naranjo holding on to second for now as they come out of the kink down towards Canada. He's losing it, but he's got the inside line, or side by side. And actually...
goes outside. That's Burns, I think.
Burns
goes
went
too far
wide,
out.
yeah. And that's allowed Naranjo to hold on to second. There he is in the all-yellow, holding on to second. And now Sullivan up to third.
So who gets the best run out of 14? I think Bestwick has too big a lead to lose it here.
Well, here we come then. To the white flag is waving here at Road America. I can just see it out of my commentary position. And now you can see it for yourselves as they pop over the crest and snake towards the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1.
Whew. Not sure what Sullivan saw there in front of him, but he makes the pass. And look at this.
Well, whoa, wide goes the 03 of Jason Pribble, and that will lose him to the back of this group. But Tom, it's your call. You tell us what's going to happen.
I think Sullivan looks strong out there in second place currently.
Yeah, they're very close. I think the yellow car, if he tries to pass here, it might keep the gap, but I think we might see 3 wide into turn 5 here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Final lap then, down towards turn 4 and the famous turn 5 here, the left-hander under heavy braking. Got to be so careful here, and it's side by side. Sullivan's on the outside, but still very much in there. He's lost a spot though to Naranjo. who moves up to second place, but there's still a long way to go. 4 miles this track, remember. Bestwick bat out front again. Now, he had extended that lead by this point last lap, and now he's in trouble because he's got 2 very hard-charging guys behind him. Who's your money on?
Obviously, my money's on Jack Sullivan. He's in third, which yesterday coming out of the last turn, he was second. So I think you can win the race from second out of the last turn for sure.
He's closing the gap, though. Look at this. They might go 2, 3 wide into the kink. Not suggested, gentlemen.
Oof, this is close racing, and the 3 of them going at it. They'll pop out of the trees here, and we'll see now. Bestwick still holding on as they head towards Canada Corner for the last time, the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada Corner. And he's got to try and stay where he is. This is so hard to lead from this point because they're all plowing up behind you.
It's a group of 6 now.
Yeah, ridiculous. Tom, I'd ask you what the secret is for this last 3 quarters, but I know you haven't raced here, so but it's a matter of just hanging on, isn't it, really?
Watch Burns.
And Sullivan. But Bestwick may do this, you know. He's got the lead, and it's going to be hard to overtake from here. Just needs to, he's doing exactly the right thing, and he might just lose out as they come towards the line. Here they come. Checkered flag is out. And it's going to be Bestwick just from Naranjo and Sullivan in third. But boy, what a race that was.
Look at that. Look at the gap there. That is what we call a race of transponders. Who had their transponder the closest to the nose there? Unbelievable. Another fantastic F1600 race.
You happy for Jack? That's a good result. I mean, it was going to be first, second, or third, wasn't it?
Yep.
Well done.
And look at that. They know how much fun they just had.
Yeah, that was good fun.
So glad that they're going to be able to relive this moment forever now. This is going to be on YouTube forever. Congratulations, drivers. Great, fantastic race here.
And Tom, last year's champion, Tom Scragg, just remind us where we can find you and what you're up to next.
Well, I'm looking to do USF 2000 again.
Yep.
The Portland finale. So August 31st through September 3rd. You can find me on Instagram at Thomas Scragg Racing and Facebook, Thomas Scragg, and then Thomas Scragg01 on Twitter.
Great. Thanks for coming up today. I'll let you go and enjoy the celebrations with Jack Sullivan and head over to the paddock there. But that concludes our coverage of the F16s. A fantastic race. You don't often get top draw racing like that. Where it's so close, less than a second between the top 9 in the middle part of that race. We'll take a short break here from Road America, back with all the celebrations and more racing to come, of course, from our Speed Tour. Stay with us.
That bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey, I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel, ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, 3-Dimensional Services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. 3-Dimensional Services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. 3-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.
As manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexity and compressed timing, the 3-Dimensional Services Group offers 7 facilities with over 500,000 square feet of dedicated, on-demand manufacturing floor space. Metal or plastic, we support a wide range of industries, from some of the world's best-known companies to startups. With unparalleled investment in leading-edge manufacturing technology and automation to keep all phases of a project in-house.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Big Machine Spike Coolers TA2 series from Road America in Wisconsin, one of the greatest circuits in the world, I would say. Over 4 miles of absolute electricity and adrenaline throughout it. We've got perfect conditions, and we've got the perfect guest here in Adam Andretti to talk us through what should be a fascinating race here. And I've got to ask you the hardest question I know to ask, which is, can you tell me who's going to win this championship at the end of the year?
No, I don't think anyone can. No one has that crystal ball. But I tell you, the youngster Brent Cruz is doing everything he needs to do to keep solidifying this lead. He's already taken the most bonus points that you could take yesterday by sitting on pole for today's race, and we look for great things from Brent on this racetrack here today. Also, you can't count out Rafa Matos, Thomas Merrill, last year's champ. You know, those are the last 2 years of champions right there, and you obviously can't count them out. This is still a lot of racing to go yet in this Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series.
Yeah, no question about it. Rafa Matos definitely got his tail up after the last round. He is definitely sitting pretty in terms of his performance rate as well. But I think this is going to be a tough race because the conditions, new pavement, so new surface, very grippy indeed. But qualifying was kind of messed up a little bit. Austin Green had a problem with his car. He's been pushed to the back. He's right here next to us. But that also meant that a lot of the drivers didn't get as many laps as they wanted.
Yeah, last year's champion, Thomas Merrill, being one of those. I spoke with Mike Hope this morning, and he said just that. We just didn't get our lap. They had pace all weekend long. So you bet that the 26 Bennett Bridgehall car is going to go towards the front. On top of that, you have Connor Zilich, who also experienced some rear end issues. They got those sorted. Expect that silver hair Camaro to be going up front as well. This is going to really fix it to be a cracker here, Johnny.
Yeah, Connor Zilich on the headlines of their press release said it's redemption time for the silver hair team, and I get it. Last question, what's the key to 100 miles around here? How do you have to run the car?
We saw it yesterday. There's not a lot of grip offline here. There is a lot. The new pavement was great, but also it's been rubbered in one spot. So it's going to be really tricky to stay side by side out here today. I look forward to watching Austin Green come from the tail here. I think that's going to be another very exciting person to watch. Adrian Vlastowski, he had power steering issues. There's just so many stories here today. I look forward to them to unfold.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of stories. 100 miles to run. Me and Adam are going to head to the commentary booth. We'll take a short break, and Ben Sissel will be live on the grid after this.
So it's at 11, right?
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
We're at a commercial break.
All right, here we are, the Grid Walk Fan Walk here with the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. Our youngest in the series this year, Ben Mayer, here with his Gel Blaster Silver Hair Chevy Camaro. You had a great outing with us in Detroit. First time here at Road America. I know you've done the kart track, but how do you describe Road America to your friends?
It's really long track, and they just recently repaved it, so it is really slick off the racing line, and it's not the fastest if you get a little wide, so it's really fun to drive on, and it's my first time here, so it's definitely a new experience.
Nice. Well, I love it. We'll have fun out there, Ben Mayer. Now, talking of the younger drivers and the young guns, we've got Boris Said Jr. here. Careful there, George. With Boris Said Sr. So you guys get together, the two fros. Now, Boris Said, I saw you out there doing a hardship lap this morning, and you're kind of, in my mind, kind of starting from the back of the grid than what we're used to seeing. What's going on?
Well, we had some problems in qualifying. We hoped to get them fixed before, but we got it all fixed now. The crew did an amazing job fixing it up. Some problems with the steering rack and the left A-arm, but it's all good now, so hoping for a good race. Have a lot of people to pass, but I'm really excited. Should be fun.
So, Boris Sr., you were with us yesterday on the podium, a great TA race, but now this is the time you get nervous.
Oh my God, I'm a wreck. Like I love being here with him and doing everything, but watching your kid race is nerve-wracking. I never realized 37 years what I put my wife and mother through, but it's going to be fun. I have a lot of faith in him. He's a good driver. He's got a great team with Nitro Motorsports, and he's got a lot of cars to pass, so hopefully he won't hit the pace car today, 'cause that's the only thing he hasn't hit, but I think he'll have a good race.
Nice. Getting roasted by your dad. All right, have fun out there. Boris Said Jr. We'll come back over here, and I see Doug Peterson getting buckled in. Doug, if you don't mind, I'm going to stick the mic in here. This is the last of our three-dimensional services group kind of triple header here at Road America, and I know you love this circuit.
Sure do. This is an amazing circuit. I've had some great crashes here.
He said it's an amazing circuit. He's had some great crashes here. Green flag drops, Doug. What's your strategy?
Well, trying to move up. I'm a little disappointed with my qualifying, so let's see what happens.
Nice. Says he's going to move up, a little bit disappointed with his qualifying. So we're going to move back to the back of the grid here, George. Walking through tons of cars here at the Trans Am Speed Tour. All fans that want to meet us at the American flag for the Driver's Command, that will be a lot of fun. We're coming back through here. We've got Weisberg here joining us, this beautiful Iron Smoke Distillery. Ty Young right there putting on his helmet. Matt Gray. Doug Winston with Bring Back the Trades is back here with us. So a lot of great drivers. Look at this. We've got three teammates kind of right in a row. But we're going to come back here and start out with our driver's invocation. Adrian Lostowski, I know that he's not happy with the start. We're used to seeing him up near the front. So let's get a quick word from Adrian Lostowski. So as he's signing his autograph, Adrian, you know I like the awkward questions. You've got to be disappointed with your starting order. When the green flag drops, what's your strategy?
I think we'll be definitely moving up to the front, steady, not get into trouble and have a good car at the end. We had a little bit of power steering issue earlier in qualifying, so we went to the back with new tires. So we'll be starting on new tires, front and back, fast cars. So we'll towards the end of the race, we'll expect to be at the front.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Well, I see Bill Knox coming in. Adrian, good luck. Bill Knox is here, Road Race Ministries, to deliver our invocation. If everybody will please take off your hats and bow your heads.
If you'll join me in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we give you all the praise for this glorious day, Father, and our chance to be at this historic track. Father, we ask for your protection to be upon all these drivers. Keep them all safe. Most of all, keep them smart so we have a good, safe race. Father, we ask that you continue to protect our first responders, our firemen, our policemen. Father, we ask that you bring our military home safely as soon as you can. And all this we ask and pray in your Son's most precious name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat. Anton Pietenpoel, a beautiful national anthem yesterday. I've heard all about you, so I'm so excited that you're here. Beautiful new blue Road America shirt. Anton, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, Anton, absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for coming out. Well, Jonathan, Adam, I'm going to send it up to you to go through this huge, extensive grid.
And you're exactly right, Ben. It really is just that, a massive grid for a massive circuit over 4 miles, Road America. And they started back in 55, and we're still going strong in 23. Brent Cruz, though, the youngest man at 15 on the pole. Dylan McAvern, a very, very good driver alongside him for SLR M1 race cars. Then Carson Quapple alongside Rafa Matos, our two-time champion on Road 2. Connor Mosak is back from Xfinity. He's on Road 3. And Jay Bootford, always an Xfinity driver often, but now coming in, of course, for Scott Borchetta and Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. Then it's Thomas Merrill, our current champion on Row 4. Caleb Bacon alongside him on the 4th row. Then it's Nathan Hearn of Australia. And Austin Green, well, he's starting in the back because he caused the red flag in qualifying. Mariano Werner starts on row 6 with Darren Mock. Then it's Zilic, who's got some work to do in the number 7 silver hair card from row 7th. And Anciata back with the championship after a weekend away. Sarge, DeLong, Moffitt, Bowes, Prochuk and Bender. That's row 10. Ben says a massive grid this that sees Tommy Sheehan down on row 11 with Doug Peterson, the Masters champion, Eric Clayton, Boris Said Jr., then Ben Mayer, the young 15-year-old, Dickerson, Young, Gallagher, Rumberg, Weisberg on row 15. And then further down, look at this, Gray, Winston, Lostowski with that power steering problem but got it righted. He'll want to come forward. Nesbitt, Moore, Ut, Evan Slater, Abate sadly not taking part. She was in a big accident earlier in the weekend. She will not be taking part. Roberto Sabato lines up on row 20. So we are ready to go. Anything that stands out to you there, Adam, in that group of the grid?
Also, we're going to be minus Roberto Sabato as well.
Yes.
Through another incident, and Michelle Abate get well soon. She's Not quite sure what the extent of her injury is. Nothing serious, but it looks like a lower leg injury to the left foot, somewhere along those lines. Definitely. But get well soon there. And about those wishes for those Scott Borchetta fans out there, good update on him. He's 15 weeks ago today, and I'm proud to say that just 2 weeks ago he sent me a video of him walking on those Evel Knievel injuries of his. And it just shows that these TA2 drivers, they push the limits out here. This sport is still a dangerous sport, but a wonderful sport, and just so proud of the heroes out there that are lining up for us today.
Adam, I've been waxing rhapsodic about this Road America circuit, so why don't you tell the viewers at home what is so important about it as we take a look at it?
Jonathan, to a European, it's got that European feel, right? That's why the European race. Well, it's a classic road course. 1955, they've been coming here since. Over 4 miles long, 4.048. Turn 1, really fast. Good approach there. Turn 2, not really a turn on the straightaway there, but they counted a turn. Turn 3, down the back straightaway, all the way into turn number 5. That's our Mission Foods turn 5, up the hill to 6. Really tricky braking zone. Optima Batteries turn 8. The carousel, famous. Got to get through the carousel good. That's going to set you up good for the kink. You got to make sure the exit's off there so that you can get into the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner, into the 3dimensionalservices.com, turn 14, and you are home free here at Road America.
Yeah, 4 miles of pure adrenaline, a lot of speed too, with those 2 massive straights. Well, 3 when you include the front straight, of course. And looking high above it from the drone, which has given us a massively new complexion to watching racing in the last 10 years or so, and less than that, really, to be honest. Adrian Lostowski, a lot of work to do, and he really is in a pinch position here because he knows he shouldn't be there, should he?
Absolutely. Poor guy, I feel like he's the one person that's worse luck than I have. He's been struggling just with that side, right? Just got to get a little bit of luck on his side, and I think there's a lot of good things coming for this group. They fight hard. You get Billy up front there, one of his valued crew members, checking things over, giving it the last once over before it goes off. But you look for him to come up front. Nathan Hearn here, the Australian, he wants to give a special shout out to his cousin down in Australia, had a karting accident and broke his back. So get well soon down there. But Nathan Hearn, another awesome talent. Brilliant talent. I love this head-on shot at this young man, and he will again go to the front. He's going to be patient, I think, in these 100 miles. He's learning what 100 miles is all about here in Trans Am in the United States.
Yeah, he popped out very quickly and was so on it immediately. But every track he goes to is new, and he's just calmed it down a little bit, taken a little bit of that raw edge off, and now he's starting to put some results in. And rather than go for wins, he's going 4 points. And let's see what he comes up with today. Barry Bowes has had a great season, got his first podium. The man from Texas with ASIO data will be on board with him, as we are with the Cube 3, I should say, on board of Nathan Hearn. So we'll have every angle covered for you as much as we can. You can see he's got Thad Moffitt with that famous 43 just in front of him. But while we have a moment, let's head down to the grid again and join Ben for those most famous words.
3 minutes. All right, thank you. Here we are on the grid, the start command. And what we've done is we've kind of assembled a little group here of what I think are the most important people in motorsports, which are the fans. And I love this. We've done this at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. So do you guys like coming out here to Road America?
Yes, love it.
Have you ever done anything like this before?
Not quite like this.
How about you?
Well, she's been to Mid-Ohio. And other than that, this is just a great track. It's wonderful.
Nice. Now, Connor Mosak's dad is here. He's starting out there, I think, 4th or 5th in the number 28. But I will say it's always good luck when the dad delivers the driver command. How are you feeling about there? Do you get nervous before your son races?
Absolutely. Connor's the cool one. I got it turning on here. So we're going to hope the 28 first supply car comes across first, of course.
Nice. And we know Connor's really fast here at Road America, doing really well in the Xfinity Series. Is it fun to see him kind of moving up the ladder the last few years?
It's been great. Yeah, really proud of him. He just handles himself so well, too. So just continue to keep moving up till we get him on Sunday.
Nice. I love it. Now, check this out. We can see who you guys are supporting out there. I love it. Tell us the driver's name that you're out there, because I know Franklin Futrell always puts different drivers in there.
Yeah, so David Dickerson is our driver this weekend, and this is his family.
Nice. Oh, so we've got more family here. So look for David Dickerson to move up through the field. And if you're wondering what his car looks like, just look at their shirts right here. I love it. So thank you so much for coming out. And we've got about a minute. See, look at this. We've got a man here in a Tennessee shirt. I love it. So how are you related to David Dickerson?
He's my dad.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's huge luck to have the child of a driver out there. So where are you guys from? Where do you live? Let's make a David Dickerson fan base here.
We're from Wall, New Jersey.
Nice. From New Jersey. How long has David been racing?
Since I've met him 12 years ago.
Oh, wow. So what's your relationship?
He's my husband.
Oh, my gosh. So look for David Dickerson to move way up through the field. 2 daughters, wife here. So are you happy, or do you get nervous before the races?
I get happy.
She gets happy. I love it. Just like motor. So let's have everybody come on over here, Dickerson family. Gather up here. We are about to deliver the most famous words in motorsports, and in my mind, the most important people in motorsports, the fans. And we've had a ton of fans out here for the Trans Am Speed Tour here at beautiful Road America and some great races. So are you guys ready to get loud? Super loud? All right, here we go. Fans, to deliver the most famous words in motorsports, take it away.
Drivers, start your engines!
We'll be on board with Rafa Matos in the three-dimensional services group Ford Mustang, the 2-time champion, looking to kind of not resurrect, but certainly put himself into a better position. And certainly in the mid-part of this season, starting at Mid-Ohio, things are turning around for Rafa and the three-dimensional services group. They had a bit of bad luck at Detroit before that, but he's back and on it for sure, and Rafa loves racing here. 3rd in the championship, 588 at the moment. Best finisher first twice already. And, of course, he's been pole position twice as well. 5 podiums in all. Well, on board with the Cube 3 Ford Mustang of Nathan Hearn, the Australian champion, has really been ripping it up around the circuits of America. We're proud to have him here in the US of A. We'll be on board with him. You also saw earlier that we'll be on board with Barry Bowes as well. And we look forward to what should be a really interesting. There is Barry Bowes' ACO data on board. We're really looking forward to the shots we get from the V-Box. And I just wonder, Adam, when you see the onboards like this, it really does help, doesn't it, from a commentary point of view? Because it gives us an insight that you know about, but it gives us an insight, doesn't it?
Absolutely. You know, you get the view from the driver's point of view, obviously, but you can also see what kind of struggles that they're having behind the wheel, whether the chassis handling characteristics of the car, by steering angle, obviously could tell you that, and how much they're having to wrestle with the car. And I can tell you these TA2 cars, they are a handful. No matter what, they're an absolute handful here. This is going to be 100 miles of who could keep it nice and clean and green throughout this race, and it's always important to be at the pointy end of the field, and I think it's going to be utterly important here today.
You know, an interesting factor, and it surprised me, I spoke to Thomas Merrill, and he always is the thinking man's racer, and I always like talking to Thomas, our champion. But everybody's talking about the massive grip from the new surface, the smoothness, and how much the lap records are being plummeted. But Merrill said he wasn't happy with it. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, one minute you get a lot of grip, and in other places you don't get as much. And he said, it's almost like relearning the circuit.
Yeah, it's honestly, from talking to some drivers throughout the weekend, I haven't gotten to drive it yet, and then people that have a lot of experience here at Road America have been running like the June sprints, that ran the June sprints here a month ago. This place, when they first repaved it, it was like 4 seconds a lap slower than with the old pavement, and because it was just greasy, it was slippery, it had no grip. Well, now it rubbered in. So if you're offline, Jonathan, even by a fraction of an inch, we saw it in yesterday's TA race and GT races, is it doesn't take much to be offline, and that's the lead changes we saw. Every mistake we saw yesterday from our leaders was just a little bit offline.
Yeah.
And it was so slippery that they either couldn't get the power down, they couldn't get the car to rotate, whatever the case may be. So, you know, I think this is going to be survival of the fittest here, because when you get offline here, it's a lot like a wet racetrack, if you will. I equate it to, if it was 4 seconds a lap slower when they first repaved it, being offline is going to cost you 4 seconds.
Obviously, Rafa Matos winning in 2019. Brent Cruz won here in 2022. Sadly, Mike Skeen and Sam Mayer, of course, going on to NASCAR, not here this weekend, but those are the winners in the last 5 years. And just a couple of corners I want to point out to you. We'll be on board with Rafa. We saw we're on board with Austin Green, which is good news because Austin's got to come from the back. But we should get some great onboards. But corners to watch out for. You've got to watch out for the Bennett's Bridge Hall Canada corner. It's fast and coming into a right-hander. Obviously, the carousel just coming up here under the bridge. But also turn 1 and the Mission Foods turn 5. Those are the corners I would say are the most likely for overtakes and action, under braking. This is that famous carousel. And Ben was telling me that when they first started racing here back in the 50s and 60s, they had to worry about where the oil was sludging all the way to the one side of the car, and they couldn't get the oil in the engines.
That's absolutely right. Actually, I remember going through the Skip Barber Racing School here, and they would have you check your oil pressure on the exit of the carousel.
Wow.
For that very reason. Plus, it was a great training tool for the drivers to get them to realize that checking gauges, on a habitual basis is pretty important, and that just really kind of set you up for it.
Who's impressed you this season of the youngsters?
Well, Brent Cruz. Brent Cruz 100%, and rightfully so. He's an impressive young man all the way around, on and off the racetrack. He's staying humble, which is the biggest challenge, I think, of these young drivers with Brent Cruz and your Connor Zilich, and Austin Green. They're all so humble, and with the talent that they have, they're going to be told throughout their careers how much talent they have. And, it just always encourages them to stay humble because that's what makes them fun to work with. That's what makes them fun to be around. And I think that'll help their careers take to a whole nother level.
Well, you saw how close the championship is. Brent Cruz leading the way. And in terms of the young guns, he's doing that too. Connor Zilich is closest to him. Darren Mock is third. We're on the warm-up lap here and on board with Rafa Matos, our two-time champion. We welcome our viewers from MAV TV live here as we bring you TA2 action from the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series. We're about to go racing. Brent Cruz in the red and white on the left-hand side of your screen when you see it from the front will lead this field to green. We'll be at the back as well and on board with Austin Green, who spilt some oil down and was pushed to the back because of it. But what a field, what a venue. Here we go racing at Road America. The green flag waves and away we go. Up the hill and over the hill they come. And a good start from Dylan McIvern. They side by side with Brent Cruz, who's getting pressure already. He's got the better line into the first corner, but it's anybody's game. Hearn jigs out to the inside, but it is going to be Brent Cruz who takes the whole shot into the first corner. The Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. Ty Young in the thick of it in the middle there. Jim Gallagher going through, all jostling for position as they head towards turn 2, but a good clean start.
Very good clean start there, and Dylan McIvern gets shuffled back there a little bit and is dropping through the field here as we're on board with Austin Green being nice and patient, coming up through the field. He's going to go ahead and just ease his way through this field as he goes through, and going to do a nice job from where he's coming from. And he saw a couple of those cars got sucked in by the pit exit there, and I'm lucky that Rafa makes a big move there down and into the inside. And
he could get in trouble for that. Well, he has got in trouble for it on his own.
Kitty litter here, and this is not good news for that. That is damaging to the splitter. Hopefully they could get through that and be okay, but that was an awfully ambitious move down there. Like I said, Jonathan, not a lot of grip offline, and that includes the braking zones.
That's a rare mistake from Rafa so early on, isn't it?
So rare, yeah. It's so incredibly rare, and I feel bad for Carson Wappel too. That young man is a great young talent, another one that I would like to speak of because his father Travis, another great talent, and we're going to see a little bit of an onboard footage, I think, from Rafa here.
Yeah, I spoke to Carson before the start of the race and looking forward to it, just 20 years of age. But let's have a look at what happened again, and Adam, let you lead us through it. See what you see.
So, yeah, on board with Rafa. This is after the braking zone, but it seems like he got in just a little bit too deep there. Saved it out of the tire wall, and thank God for him. So we're gonna get back live here, but kept it clean for that part, and we're going to see it on the outside here.
So Brent Cruz is away.
Brent's taken off, and then, he's down inside. He's going to go inside Merrill there and miss Merrill, but got into the side of Carson Foppel, unfortunately. And
that's a shame.
Looks like Carson made it through there, though. But, yeah, it's Brent Cruz setting sail and leaving the rest of the field behind here, Jonathan Green.
What kind of condition is Rafa's car going to be in? I mean, he got back on, but, with all that dirt and grime, it's not going to be easy, is it? How long will it take to shake out? There's Ty Young. Boy, if it wasn't for bad luck, Ty wouldn't have any. Ty Young off again, and he's in a precarious position. That could bring out a full course safety, but we'll wait. Here comes Thomas Merrill. He's all over the back of McIvern.
Yeah, and I tell you, Dylan got a nice recovery there because of what happened down there in the Mission Foods Turn 5 the previous lap on lap 1. He got all those positions back that he lost, and now he's sitting in P2 with Thomas Merrill right behind him as we're on board with the Australian star Nathan Hearns.
Yeah, I'm just also looking at the Argentinian Mario Werner up to 4th place ahead of Jade Buford. Buford having a really good weekend so far. Really impressed with the man replacing Scott Borchetta in the car as we go on board with Hearn. But look at Cruz. He is already cruising. He's got a good lead. But now Merrill goes up to 2nd, past McAvern. And now the race is on, so to speak. Merrill, our current champion. Zilic is coming through too. He was in 7th, just up to 6th place now. So Zilic is on the run. And if you saw him from Detroit, you'll remember that Connor Zilic was just fantastic to watch. Just 16 years of age, probably 17 now. But Connor Zilic, a real sensation in this championship.
For sure. I saw him again right before this race started, and he's looking focused, poised, and I told him, I said, look for you to go to the front, because he had pace all weekend long, even with the rear end that was breaking, and they feel like that was from Mid-Ohio 2 weeks ago when they were trying to bump start him. Remember, he was unable to start at Mid-Ohio, unfortunately, because the thing wouldn't fire off. So they feel like they did damage to the rear end, and they didn't diagnose it until here after qualifying. So they got it. Now you're going to look for Connor Zilic with this race car to go towards the front. As you said, a really, really outstanding talent that we have in the TA2 series, Big Machine Vodka and Spike Coolers sponsored series. Also, Nathan Hearn, another great talent here, young talent. He's really the future of what Howe is working on right here with their chassis, him developing and trusting in his talents. And we got, that's one of the M1 cars here. That is Carson Quapple there.
Yeah, and it looks as though he's got a broken suspension to the left front there. That could have been part of that incident with Rafa, and it's just come worse. It's Annunziata making his way past Darren Mock, or trying to anyway, as they come back up the hill. Field spreading out, just 2 of the 25, 100-mile race. But right now, Brent Cruz on his way to what has been a sensational season for the young man who has done everything right so far and has got a massive future ahead of him. Here comes Annunziata. Missed the last race at Mid-Ohio because he was doing the Miata. He's still chasing that championship too, as through goes the 18.
Yeah, and you're going to see a heck of a battle here in the lead. Not far from it. If we're not far from it, if Thomas Merrill keeps up what he's doing, he was 0.7 of a second faster than Brent Cruz on that last lap. Both of them setting their fastest lap of the race, but they are setting their sails from the rest of the field. Nobody else is even in the 214s. They are the only 2 cars that are lapping in the 214 range. So that's right to Mike Cope's plan. He's got 2 Cope cars up front and running really well here since the early running.
Look at Mock and Annunziata. Annunziata got past Mock, but Mock comes back at him. Here's the number 43 of Thad Moffitt, grandson, of course, of Richard Petty, but he doesn't want reminding of that every weekend, I'm sure.
I think he's like all of us, just very proud of his
Who am
heritage.
I telling that to?
Yeah, very proud of his heritage and what he gets to represent out there, and he's doing a great job. And again, on and off the track, you got to really appreciate what Thad does and his efforts there. And he just wants to really start moving, like quit being in the mid-pack battle, and he wants to get to that front battle. And it takes patience in this TA2 series. This
and to be
is
fair,
very,
it's
very
his first
competitive
season.
series. It's the first season. And we watched Darren Mock as we see Ty Young as they're working on his damaged car from his incident, but the Mike Cope guy, the Mike Cope Racing Group there. But yeah, it's definitely very, very busy going on here this race so far.
I'll tell you what, Thomas Merrill, a 2:14.2, and so closing that gap on Brent Cruz, and that's going to prove crucial, and there's every chance in this 100 miles in this massive field of a full course safety, and that will change the race. So, Brent Cruz can't count on that. Oh, we've got more drive. Oh, well, that's just Quapple going out of the way. Okay, that's not a problem. McAvern's losing pace, but losing time on Merrill. Here comes Zilic.
The staff here at Road America is amazing. They do these hot tows, they wait for the gaps and they get hooked on and they get the cars off so that we don't lose racing time. If they can do it in a safe manner, they're in great communication with our chief steward, David Hoots.
I just saw Rafa Matos.
Right here on the back of Keith Prochuk.
Yeah, he's recovered well, actually, his Rafa. Here he comes down the main straight. He's going to try and make a move on Keith Prochuk to the inside. He'll make that move into turn 1, but Rafa Matos, despite going off at turn 5, has got the car cleaned off. And it is Cruz, Merrill, McAvern, Werner, Buford, Zilic, Bacon, Hearn in the top 8, then Mott and Annunziata, Mosak, Bose, Moffitt, Prochuk, Matos in 15th at the moment, but it's still a long way to go. And if I know Rafa, he still thinks he can get to the podium.
Oh, for sure. And I tell you, I'm most impressed with 0 splitter damage. He shoved the nose into that kitty litter at a really high rate of speed, and usually that does splitter damage and all kinds of other things, as you saw there's another car that couldn't continue that was involved in that in Carson. So it's one of those things where Rafa still, I believe, is going to have to face the Chief Stewards at the end of this race for avoidable contact because of that ambitious move. So he's definitely going to have to gain as much time as he can to try and take as much sting out of that penalty that I'm guessing is going to come his way, considering the consistency. As we got, that's Connor Mosack. He's sitting in the kitty litter. That looks like it's down in the Mission Foods
and he's
turn
stuck.
5.
Look, he can't get out of it.
Yeah, he's buried. So this is a peculiar position. So this is probably not a hot toe opportunity. This is probably the last thing that our leader, Brent Cruz, wanted to see with a 2.5-second lead.
I tell you what, I asked you the question, who you've been impressed with. 33's gone off as well. That's William Moore in the Hawk Swift Filters car, but he's got it going.
33 of William Moore. William Moore is off, but it looks like he's no worse for the wear, and he'll go ahead and continue. We'll see what they do, what the stewards decide, and what the track crew decides to do with the Connor Mosack car that we have off over there in the kitty litter.
This is the man that's impressed me. He's from Austin, Texas, and Barry Bowe's got a podium at Detroit, and he's just looked so much better since then. He's just got a bit of a skip in his step, so to speak. Zilic on the move, making places up. There's Nathan Hearn. Hearn at the moment trying to make up some more places, and Nathan Hearn making his way through this pack. This massive pack. He's got Caleb Bacon in front of him, then Connor Zilic. We're on board with Nathan Hearn. Here comes the leaders.
And back to what you're saying about Barry Bowes, it's BC Race Cars, and Blaze Saida does one of the best jobs engineering and prepping a race car. And so he's doing a great job, and Barry's doing a really nice job stepping up to the plate. And, a person that hasn't made a career out of driving and is here learning, honestly, and getting better each race, it's really impressive to see.
I'm trying to think every time I see Nathan Hearn just what he must be thinking of these tracks. And I've done most of the Australian tracks, and this reminds me a little bit, maybe, I'll see if he'll agree and whether the Australian fans agree. It's a bit like Eastern Creek with those long straights, and I'm sure he's raced there in either 5,000 or in supercars or Trans Am.
And Matos right here down in the Mission Foods turn 5. He's got a sniff of Barry Bowes there, so that looked like that might be his next victim on who he wants to attack. But they're looking like it's a hot toe down there in turn 5, so I stand corrected. I really thought that was in a peculiar enough position that we were going to see them want to try and slow this field down and get that car safely out of there.
Well, Matos is doing what Matos does best, our two-time champion. He's gone from 15th to 12th in a matter of moments. He's now right behind Barry Bowes in the 32. We'll have onboards from both of these cars. Under the Speedfield Bridge.
Yeah, looking at the steering there of Rafa, as we said, he's not fighting the wheel a whole lot. He might, if anything, have a little bit of understeer where you're putting a little bit more input into the front that you want to get the car turned, and that's hurting his exit there, as you can see, compared to Barry Bowes. And some of that might have been a little bit of aero, as tight as he is tucked in behind, and as fast as the exit of the carousel is. You're really relying on the front grip to get that thing back down to the apex so you can get a good straight shot down to the kink.
Well, you're watching Trans Am here, and it's Brent Cruz, Thomas Merrill, and Dylan McAvern at the moment. Mario Werner still in 4th place. Jade Buford in 5th. Connor Zilic in 6th. Caleb Bacon in 7th. And Nathan Hearn rounding out the top 8. Into Canada Corner, the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada Corner, as we go back on board with Rafa, who's siding his way through. He's past Barry Bowes now.
And I'll tell you, there's only 3 cars that are in the 2-minute, 12-second bracket, and Rafa Matos is one of them.
Yep.
The other 2 are leaders. That's the top 2 there of Brent Cruz, then Thomas Merrill, who keep on exchanging faster laps than each other. It's kind of a cat and mouse game going on up there up front from the Nitro pilot and the Mike Cope Race Cars pilot. It's really fascinating to watch.
I'd like to see we'd start the Brazilian. Oh, and that's his teammate. That's Austin
Boss
Green.
Man. No, that's Boss
Man. Oh, that's
Man.
Peterson. Yeah,
that's
sorry.
Buck Peterson of 3-Dimensional Services Group. He went off track right before the corner named for them, 3-Dimensional Services Group turn 14. He went off there in 13, and I believe he might be coming. I saw Austin Green come into the pits early on in the race, so I don't know what kind of issues.
I noticed he was back in 30.
He may have, so unfortunate for that number 89 car. And Austin's such a fine young man, comes from a great family, and I hate to see any kind of struggles like that happen, and always wishing him the best. And he gets to recover next time out. Unfortunately, it's a month away, right, at Nashville, as we see the boss man coming down pit road there, Doug Peterson.
Yeah, and Doug, of course, a former Trans Am champion and Masters leader, so not going to be a great one for him. But Rafa Matos could put a smile on his face if he keeps going on like this. At the moment, he's trying to catch Darren Mock. Mock the youngsters that joined the championship recently, and look at him go.
Darren
past Caleb Bacon, both of them. Bacon make a mistake there.
Darren Moffin's been super impressive, too.
Yeah.
We talk about the progress. You talk about Thad Moffin's first year in the series. Darren Mock is coming into his second year, and the development we've seen out of this young man has been just beautiful and steady. He gets better each weekend. Now we're getting to tracks he knows from the previous year. So just my hat's off to Darren as well, doing a fantastic job, and as they move by Caleb Bacon.
Through the kink they come and down towards the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner. Such a crucial corner here. Look at him side by side. Great racing. Mock gets overtaken as he goes wide. Make a slight mistake there. And through goes Matos as well. 6 gone of the 25, and Matos is siding his way through. I think we should start him at the back for every race. It makes it very exciting.
He's definitely, well, he has come from the back here in 2021, if you remember.
Yes, he has.
He drove from the very tail of the field after a qualifying infraction, put him at the tail, and he went from the tail to the front. Probably would have won that race had they ever gotten one caution flag. So definitely Road America is a place that Rafa Matos gets around really well. He just kind of drives by Thomas Annunziata like he was tied to a post there.
And he makes the pole man from NOLA. Thomas Annunziata looked very slow indeed, although we all know that Thomas Annunziata is far from. But he made it look good there, and through goes Rafa to make another place up. Now up into the top 8 in the 88 three-dimensional services group Ford Mustang.
And he's on the attack to the Australian superstar Nathan Hearn in that Cube 3 Ford Mustang prepared by Stevens Miller Racing there, right up ahead of him. So that's going to be his next attack target, as you see. And Nathan has proven to be one of the more difficult competitors out there to not only race against but to also pass. So he knows how to make a car good and wide. As Rafa slips up there, and Thomas is going to capitalize and get underneath.
Yeah.
And then I believe Darren will go ahead and fall through. As Rafa has...
Whoa, Rafa's made a mistake.
I wonder if he's got a tire going down or something, because that was a really, really strange turn of events there.
Yeah, lost a lot of time there, didn't he?
Something seemed a little bit strange. But also we saw it yesterday with Chris Dyson. You could get light under braking in the rear at the top of 6 there. At the top of the hill underneath the bridge, and that might have been what happened, and he just couldn't turn the wheel and ended up having to push it straight.
We're watching Rafa Matos trying to wake his way through, but he made a rare mistake at the top of the hill at 6 after coming under the Corvette bridge. And just a rare mistake. We'll see if we can get an onboard. Adam, I'll get your eagle eye on this, because Rafa having been his teammate, but I'd just be interested to see what you think went wrong. Well,
yeah, I mean, there could be a Marriott, I think. We're going to take a good look at it right here.
Here we are.
It looks like top of the hill braking, just like we said. He was cresting the hill when he got on the brakes, and I think he was trying to make sure that he was trying to outbrake Darren into 6, I would imagine, and just got a little bit too deep on the brakes for where he was. Remember what I was saying, offline here, it is extremely slick. Where the rubber is not laid. It's a good shot right there from the aerial that you can see where the darker rubber is laid there in the Mission Foods Turn 5 as that aerial shot shows. So really, really good stuff there.
Now this is Austin Green. He's been in the wars, going through the kink.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know exactly what happened to Austin Green, what buried him back in the back there and got him, kind of in that area there. But the 87 did retire, so he did a pass-through for start violation, so the number 89 had a start violation.
Well, your wishes are command. Here it is. Austin Green coming on the inside of the 33, and just a little touch there, that's all it was, and that's what caused them both to go round.
Oh, goodness.
So there you go. So no harm, no foul, just a classic off with William Moore and Austin Green as we go back with Austin Green, who's recovered and now trying to find his way up back through the field again. It's been a tough day so far for Austin. I met his mum today and his dad David, of course, a famous winner himself. And talking of famous winners, Dylan McAburn's out. What's happened?
No right rear tire.
Oh,
no right rear tire.
Gone.
Yeah, it's gone. So something happened there. He lost the right rear, and that's day over, it looks like, for Dylan McAburn. It's such a shame. He is awesome. Love Dylan, his father Dave. Yep. They're great to be around, and just wish there was some more luck for this young man.
Well, let's have a look at what happened, because obviously he's going to try to nurse it back to the pits. But here he comes, down towards 5.
Oh,
He's already grabbing.
Right there. Yeah.
So it's gone down the back straight there at the kick at 4, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that could have been anything. There could have been contact with another car that cut the tire. Even contact can take the valve stem out of the wheel. I've seen that happen and just deflate the tire. So really anything could have happened. It doesn't look like there's any body damage back there from contact. So it could have been just bad luck and picking up some debris out there, too, as we're on board here with Nathan Hearn. Through turn 13, one of my most favorite parts of the track as you approach Three-Dimensional Services Group. Turn 14, got to get a good drive out here so you can climb up the hill and attack that Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers, turn 1.
Well, there's the damage to Moore's car with that incident with Austin Green. Just a bit of body damage, no harm, no foul, just a flesh wound, as they say on Monty Python. But Zilich, look at him, all over and pushing hard. Here's Nathan Hearn. He's up to 6th now, is Nathan Hearn. So he really is having a good day so far in the Stevens Miller Racing car. Diving into turn 1, the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers turn 1.
And I tell you what, Jay Buford doing a great job at defending against the youngster Connor Zilich. This is for the last podium position here. And what an awesome job for Jay Buford, filling in for Scott Borchetta, as we told you this earlier in the broadcast about Scott's awesome recovery and just his resolve and what he's done to recover from these injuries already, and all the support system at his home and his wife Sandy and all the wonderful things that they're doing there, and to get that man better. And it's just amazing to see. And I know that when this car runs up front, that is like the best medicine for the boss man back home in Nashville, Tennessee.
Now, Jay Buford, had a podium at Detroit, but it was a lucky one because there was an incident right at the end of the race, and he'll take it, and anybody would. But, interesting fellow. I found out this weekend he went to Auburn University, is a rock climber, and this is the best bit, he did American Ninja Warrior. Go figure.
And the man of many talents, and holding a pretty steering wheel is definitely one of them, and I think his favorite one of them all. He puts a lot of effort into driving race cars, and he's doing a heck of a job in this TA2 series, sponsored by Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers, his title sponsor in his race car. So, but we're also seeing, Thomas Merrill is not letting Brent Cruz necessarily go run away and hide. Thomas is still setting a low 212 lap times while Brent Cruz.
Yeah, his last lap time was his fastest. Yeah,
so he's the only one in the 212s is Thomas Merrill, and he's setting the fastest lap of the race right now. So that would, at this moment, give him that omologato watch at the end of this race, which is always a nice prize for anyone that's going to turn the fastest lap.
Zilich still all over Buford, though, as they come out of 14 and up the back hill, and now they've got a chance with the drift, with the slipstream to maybe make a move on Buford. And it looks as though Zilich, well, he needs, as I said at the top there, they described it as redemption weekend here, because there's bad luck he's had, as Zilich. He had such a good qualifying in Detroit, and it was taken away from him in many ways. And he crashed out in the first race, then won the second, but didn't, so to speak.
And then Mid-Ohio, they didn't even get to take the green flag because of mechanical issues. So, yeah, there's a lot of redemption in young Connor Zilich, because they haven't been able to get the results, obviously, because of one thing or another. And, this is our Road Atlanta winner. He's a lot of talent, obviously. He's a consummate front runner in the MX5 Cup Series, which is, again, ultra-competitive series there, road racing series, and those MX5 Cup cars.
Yep.
So this is really, really fixing to be a great battle between these two. A lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and hats off to Morris Hull and his wife for taking on the likes of Connor Zilich, still a youngster, and of course Ben Mayer, just 15 years of age, just a little bit younger than Connor Zilich at 16. So as we're on board at 6 with Nathan Hearn again, Australian. Really, I love this onboard. It really just shows you how much the work is being done inside the cockpit.
Yeah, those are great head-on shots right there again, and you see that he's nice and comfortable and relaxed, staying poised, letting some of this race come to him.
Yep.
It's Nathan Hearn is and speaking of Ben Mayer, the youngster,
yeah,
there we are right there.
I've jinxed him, haven't I? It looks like rear left has got a problem, because it looks like the car's slightly leaning down.
I believe you might be right. Yeah, that would be what it appears. And, hopefully it's just a tire, but it could be something a little bit more serious than that, as you see the right
one thing's for sure,
well cambered as well.
That Camaro's not going very fast.
No, it is not.
That I am sure of. Yeah, so the yellow flag out locally, that's what the white-yellow means.
That looks like Mission Foods Turn 5 too here on the race circuit.
And it means that there's going to be a truck trying to pull him off the track to get him out of the way. Oh, he's got it under power. And now he'll just try to, he's going to
He's
get out
try
of the
to
way.
just get across. There's a great escape road. You can actually get right to the
back to the
paddock
pits
right
from
there.
here,
Yep, and he's got a flat left rear tire.
Flat left rear,
Yep. So it might have been again. You never know. This is the second rear tire that we've lost. So hopefully we're not seeing some sort of a pattern.
Well,
here.
I'm just wondering. That's
it's
Dylan McAvern now, but it was right rear. This is
happened
left
in the back
rear.
straightaway as well. You know, one of the higher rated speed in this corner. So. You know, I don't believe we have a tire issue per se. I just think we've seen two rear tires go in the same place. It's been a strange coincidence, honestly.
I'm just wondering if we're going to get a full course yellow.
Yeah, we are full course caution here. We've got a double yellow up.
Okay, that changes everything because Brent Cruiser's gap of 3 seconds comes to naught. That gives Merrill a chance and Jake Buford and Zilich to get closer. Mariano Werner, really good job so far by Mariano. And I spoke to him earlier in the weekend, and he was really happy with the way things were going. A man who's got, 5 national championships in Argentina.
Well, I'll tell you, this place just got super fast, too. Brent Cruiser's last lap, he got into 211s, and the low 211s, only one sitting in the 211s. And I'm going to tell you, Jade Buford went ahead and set his fastest lap of the race that last time around. That battle with Connor Zilich has inspired the both of them as they turn lap times just within hundredths of a second of each other on that last lap as well. So this is really heating up. Restarts are going to be critical here. This is going to be so crucial here. You got to stay in line and toe the line until you pass this start-finish line is the rule in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series. So you're going to have to make sure that you don't make those mistakes. That, mistake, honestly, unfortunately, Austin Green had made and suffered a drive-through penalty and then put him back where he was to get into trouble there. With some of with another race car and having more damage. And we're on board here with Barry Bowes in the Asio Data Chevrolet Camaro.
So we're under caution here at Road America in.
I tell you, there's drivers that were actually looking for this, right? Mariano Werner was 6 seconds behind.
Yep.
Nathan Hearn was 6 seconds behind Mariano Werner. Werner was 3 seconds behind Zilich. Looking to just try and make that difference up. So
and Matos dropped to 9th after that battle with both Mark and Annunziata. But again, a great opportunity for him to come back up again.
Right, it's restarts, right? Restarts are your optimum time. All of motorsports, every driver, every competitor in motorsports just licks their fingertips when it comes to restarts because you're just wanting that opportunity and taking the best. And that's what makes it so interesting, right, is to watch that slicing and dicing and a little bit of the chess game that's going to go on here.
Yeah, I talked to Rafa at the beginning of the weekend and asked him about this particular track. And he was saying, time management, again, key as it always is. And that's really his bet and noir. That's the whole thing with him. If he gets that right, he knows he can win a race if he has tires for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, there's so many of them out there that are like that, right? Thomas Merrill, you're not going to bet against that guy either, and for having tire life at the end of the race. He's awfully smart, and endurance racing that he's done has only made him better at that task as well. And Brent Cruz, the young man, is become and shown to be brilliant. Shown to be brilliant.
Now listen, Adam, I've been talking about Mariano Werner, and he is the Argentinian. 5 national championships, including Formula Renault. Let's find out what the latest is from him. He's down there with, or his team are down there with Ben Sisson.
Well, thanks, Jonathan. And as you know, we've been watching the YouTube comments. It seems like the whole country of Argentina is watching us. I'm here with Ernie in the Mike Cope pit box. Ernie, what's Mariano saying on the radio? Does he feel comfortable? He's moved his way up to 5th, doing really well.
He's I'm hearing on the radio, sorry. He's okay. He's getting experience on this series, and he's enjoying it very much. So it's the first time we hope we're going to complete the race. He had an incident in the previous race. He couldn't race, so now he's happy that he's going to doing the race, doing pretty good, and hoping we can finish.
Nice. Now, first, as a football fan, I want to say congratulations on the World Cup. Well deserved. But if you can welcome your fan base in Spanish and tell them thanks for joining us here on the live stream, and go Mariano.
Yeah, go Mariano. Vamos Mariano. Saludo muy grande a todos los amigos de Argentina que están mirando y siguiendo desde acá.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Super exciting to have such a superstar here. Adam and Jonathan, back up to you in the booth.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, he really is popular, but that's the thing. They are mad for sport in Argentina. Just not just soccer, you know. And, of course, the great Manuel Fangio coming from Argentina, one of the greatest of all time when it comes to racing.
The owner I drive for in the TA class, Claudio Burton, is Argentine as well. So I remember him saying at Indy, we got an Argentine and an Italian. I said, what possibly could go wrong? You know, so yeah, there's some great Argentine flavor here within the Trans Am paddock, and has been for quite some time, like I said, with Claudio Burton.
Yeah, we saw the 11 parked up, John Weisberg, and while we're under caution, they should be able to pick that up.
Yeah, they're gonna get this stuff all cleaned up underneath caution, make sure the track is nice and clear and swept. Like I said, some of the best crew that we can, the safety crew that we have around the country are located here at Road America. Hats off to all the men and women that not only volunteer their time, but do this as their full-time job to keep our safety, the safety of our competitors, first and foremost, their own safety, right? This is sometimes, and a lot of times, a thankless job that they come out here and do, and they do a fantastic job at it for us, and a lot of times could be the difference to really save us, you know, and we really appreciate everything that they do as we get on board again with Barry Bowes, looking good there, ready to get this thing going. He's right behind, it looks like Thomas Sheehan there, so it looks like he might have lost some positions and dropped back a little bit there. Yeah, he's dropped back to P16. Right in front of Austin Green. You can see right behind him that carries on that damage from being having that contact earlier with William Moore.
So we're under caution here at Road America. Big Machine, Vodka Spike Coolers, TA2 Series, and we're on board with the three-dimensional services Austin Green in the 89. Got damage to the front. I looked out the window of the commentary booth, and there's basically just a bit of fairing coming off the front left of that car, but it's not affecting his actual race pace. But he's had a bit of an up-and-down race. He's behind Barry Bowes at the moment.
Yeah, the thing that concerns you about where that is damaged, unfortunately for Austin, Jonathan Green, is this is like our fastest track we go to.
Yeah.
So the aero inefficiency that he's getting down these long straightaways, the amount of drag that it's creating, his lap times just aren't quite there as far as the pace he needs to like progress really quickly. Or once he gets into the top 10, I think we may see him kind of stall with the progress because of that when he gets into the some of the more competitive cars. So his progress has kind of done quite well. Obviously, as you mentioned, he's up to P17. Obviously, having to go out to the tail almost on two different occasions there. So really, really good work by the youngster there. Also, you got to give a shout out to Thomas Annunziata there, P8, doing a good job, and that was a heck of a battle. You know, they did not, between himself and Darren Mock, did not lay down when the two-time champ of Rafa Matos got around him. They went on the attack right away and came back, and then Rafa has not had an answer for that since.
Well, Annunziata wants a good result here because, remember, in the rookie standings, he's second to Austin Green, and Austin Green struggling at the moment. And so a great opportunity for Thomas, having missed a race last weekend, or 2 weekends ago. Caleb Bacon third in that championship, and Nathan Hearn fourth. That's the battle for the rookies. Then we've got the three-dimensional services triple track challenge, that being led by Brent Cruz, Thomas Merrill second in that one, and Rafa Matos.
We're going to go green.
Here we go. We're going green again. And this is an important restart for Buford and for Nathan Hearn. They all want a piece of it here as we get ready for that restart. Likewise, Rafa Matos will look to try to make up some spots. This is the key to the race here, folks.
And you got to be careful there. You don't want to step out of line. Like I said, you got to toe the line until we get across the finish line there. And so there's a couple that poked out, and that's going to be at the discretion of the chief steward. But this is something that I know David Hoots is really trying to hone down on and to keep our racing clean as Darren Mock
on the inside
to protect his position there.
Annunziata has to go wide. He could lose a place to Rafa.
And he does a great job of kind of shutting the door there. Rafa's going to poke his nose
Rafa's
in there
gonna
anyway.
Squeeze through at 3.
Yeah, this is the opportunity that you get. These restarts are what it's like, and Rafa's one of the best at those.
Well done to Rafa then. He gets past the youngster Thomas Annunziata, another one of our teenagers here. It really is a cross-section of youth versus experience, and we're on board with one of the most experienced of all as Rafa won his first race in 2018. 2 goes through on Buford, and that is a great move by Connor Zillage.
Yeah, it looks like he got a really good toe down the back straightaway. You know, I was on the exit of WeatherTech, turn number 3, and just got a great toe all the way down into the Mission Foods turn 5. Got down in there, got the braking zone completed, and made it stick. So Connor Zillage into that final podium position and knocks Jade Buford back to P4.
Tell you what, Adam, there's a long way to go in this. It's only 13 in.
This is right. I know it's one of those where you don't want it to end. As you see Maurice Hall there,
yep.
He's the silver hair in Silver Hair Racing, the best hair in Trans Am right there.
He certainly does.
Just
yep.
Looking great there. Him and his wife Laura are wonderful people, and it was great to see them this morning as well. And Maurice is recovering quite well. His hip is doing fantastic, and I don't think it's going to be too long before we see him back in the car, which will be fun to watch him and Doug Peterson go after that Masters stuff again.
I love the double entendre of that name. Silver hair.
Yes.
Hairs are fast. He's got silver hair, so he might be a little bit more experienced, but he's still fast.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think you hit the play on words quite perfectly.
Thank
there,
you,
Jonathan Green.
I know. It's only taken me a few years. Yeah.
But Brett Cruz is doing what Brett Cruz does.
Whoa,
he's
Zilic.
setting sail, and Connor, I tell you, he's
whoa!
And Mariana, they're really getting loose under the braking zone
Argentina
there.
just stood up
yeah,
in unison.
Absolutely. I tell you, that was just an exciting set of corners to watch with like 3 or 4 different drivers. So, and like I said at the beginning of the race, these TA2 drivers, these Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 drivers, they lay it all on the line. There's nothing given for free here, and everything is really hard earned.
Nathan Hearn makes his move at turn 1 on Darren Mott.
No, that was Darren Mock going to make a move on Nathan Hearn, and Nathan Hearn was protecting. So Darren is really fired off after this restart.
Yeah, he's trying to get
he's
another go here.
Really, really racy to get around here. As I said, this young man has come a long way in a season and a half of this competition here in this series.
Yeah, he's very quiet. When you speak to him, you wouldn't think he was a racing driver. He's very, very sort of not shy. That's not the right word. He's just very
unassuming.
quiet. Here we go. Yeah, talking of unassuming, there's nothing unassuming about this. Merrill's all over our leader as finally.
I tell you, there's something.
He's making his move.
Brett Cruz, I think, had a slip up somewhere to get Thomas that close.
Yeah. Look at it now.
He had
it's literally
a
wheel to wheel
gap on Thomas Merrill as it came across the line, and then all of a sudden, Thomas was right up on his bumper, just filling the rear view mirror, and Brett stretched that out here again, but and they both have the threat of that youngster of Connor Zilic behind. Like you said, he's got that added little whisper in his ear of redemption that he wants from his previous weekends in this series.
Through the carousel they come. From the drone we can see the gaps as Brent Cruz extends the lead under acceleration through the kink, and he really does have that car dialed in. Look at the lengths he's pulling away on Thomas Merrill down, and now under braking. Thomas Merrill should close that gap just a little. Zilic doing exactly the same on Merrill as they all come in to the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner.
Absolutely, I tell you, that's why I think I'm suspect here that Brent had a little bit of a slip up there, either in WeatherTech turn 3, or actually maybe in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. But as they're moving through the three-dimensional service group turn 14 here, as you see Thomas and Uziata, a little bit of damage on the front end. As I said, you want to keep your aero. If there's one place you need to keep your aero nice and clean, it's here. And oh, wow, look at the windshield here of Nathan Hearn.
Well, he went over the dust, or the dust got thrown up on him, and so he can hardly see. He might want to use the wipers, because I don't like the look of that. He is covered in dust.
Yeah,
he's
opening
his visor.
Yeah,
he's coming in.
He's coming in the pits. So Nathan Hearn,
what a shame.
He's had himself, I think, an off-course excursion somewhere, and that's caused the Cube 3-4 Mustang to have to come here into the pits.
So Australian fans are down, but Argentinian fans are up. And that's a real shame. He was having a good race up until that point for the Cube 3 team. But, yeah, I mean, he really just couldn't see, could he? So then, it's all happening. Brent Cruz and Thomas Merrill going at it here at Road America. Hearn has retired. Yeah, disappointment then for him, and they'll try to get the Stevens Miller racing car cleaned up as quickly as possible. Let's have a look at what happened, Adam, and I'll let you see it from your eagle eye as always.
Yeah, again, these restarts, they can create some chaos. Oh, he drops on the kink. Yeah, wow, he's lucky. Yeah, it drops it on the kink there, and
you don't want to go off there.
No, it didn't make any contact, thank God, but that'll mess things up in the front.
Welcome to America.
And
the kink.
Definitely took its toll right there, and you can see how dirty it is up underneath the hood there. They're going to try and blow the brake ductwork out and all that good stuff, but very easy to happen there at the kink. It's happened to the best of them, but it's a shame for them, and I think it might put an end to their day, unfortunately.
Yep, I think they're going to have to dust that off, and maybe a new pair of underwear for Mr. Hearn.
Yeah, I tell you, it wouldn't be the first time the kink has caused that, that kind of laundry for somebody.
Yeah, no kidding. But at the front, it's still just as dramatic. Cruz, Merrill, and Zilic.
You know, as we looked at the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner there, that's where Michelle Abate had her incident. It's one of the fastest points on the racetrack, and it's a great testament to the safety of these cars.
Yeah.
And I know Mike Cope is very proud of the way the car held up in the accident, the safety cell around the driver. And Michelle and the owner of Showtime Motorsports, Ken Schwaitz, were boasting the confidence in the build of the chassis and what it did, and why Michelle was able to talk and be, you know, basically not walking, but hobbling away from that one, and so
yeah. And a shout out, she still remains one of our most popular drivers. I'm sure she's watching. We're all right behind you. Get well soon, girl.
Yep, and we thank our builders out there, our car builders, our chassis builders, for keeping us safe and taking that so seriously as they do.
There's that damaged Austin Green car. It doesn't look very nice, but it seems to be pedaling okay. It's got behind Darren Mott. Into turn 3 then, and this is a great battle. Austin Green and the 51 of Darren Mott as they head under the Sajano Bridge and down towards the kink at 4.
You know, I mean, I know that there's also going to be a review here for Austin Green. You know, unfortunately for his contact with William Moore, there'll be an unintentional contact or unavoidable contact. Look at that after the race. So I know Austin's going to have to also, like we talked about with his teammate Rafa, really try and get up to this field as much as possible to try and limit that possible damage of a penalty post-race.
His mother and sister here watching on as Austin Green goes about his work. His dad works for the safety crew in NASCAR, so he's busy, but he will be at Nashville. The former Xfinity champion, David Green.
And that's the quality family that's around this young man. I had the pleasure of meeting his mother as well, and know David for many, many years. As David raced against my brothers in go-karts back in the 70s. So a lot of family history there as we look at a replay. Oh, no, we're back on board. Sorry, back on board here with Rafa Matos.
So Rafa Matos making his way through. That was a big moment for Rafa as well. Whoa.
Oh. There's a replay here coming down into
that was a nice move.
The Mission Foods turn 5. Great move by Austin Green. They're nice and clean. Darren Mock has no choice but to give it up, and then it really kind of leaves the door open for the teammate of Rafa Matos up the hill into turn 6.
Well, it could turn out to be a good day for this team, the Three-Dimensional Services Group, and that is that overtake by Austin Green. So then, back with Rafa Matos. How far can he get? He's behind Mock again. He's already been here once. And as they come out of 14, he's got his chance now for an overtake up the hill.
This seems to be where Rafa's been stuck. He climbed right to that area and then has seemed to have been stuck. Now, Thad Moffitt is the next one on the target there for Austin Green. As you see him in the famous Petty Blue, as they went all the way down the pit wall there to protect Darren Mock did. And Rafa's going to try and make it work around the outside.
He does.
Make it work around the outside of Darren Mock, and he's going to try and help protect this position.
Any which way and loose.
Yeah, exactly right. Rafa needs to get a great exit off of here. If he's going to defend this position that he just gained after following Darren for so long, he's going to definitely have to get off of there. And this battle, Mariano Werner here, he's
Vamos!
Yeah, he's on his way. He's sitting there hunting down Jade Buford there in the number 48.
They're cheering him on in Argentina, and we're going to cheer him on. It's a great performance so far by the Argentinian. It's great to have so many different countries represented here, as well as the Americans in the home of American racing that is muscle cars since '66.
And we're here at the National Park of Speed, right? Road America. It's one of the most beautiful grounds you can see from these drone shots. It's absolutely a fantastic place to be. If you've never been to Road America, plan your trip. This is the spot to be, to come watch racing. There's all this camping area inside here that you see so many of our campers there. There's a go-kart track you can see right at the bottom of the screen with rental carts and things. Actually, there's a go-kart event going on.
There's a beach over there, look.
This weekend. So it's a lot of fun stuff going on here, and they're always making steady improvements to the place, and it's all for the fan experience. So make your way to Road America at some point, race fans. It's a great place to be.
John Weisberg retires with an electrical issue. We saw him parked up during the caution, and it was overheating for Nathan Hearn. No surprise, and probably just a moment where he wants to forget that, going straight off of the kick, flat out at over 160 miles an hour. Not recommended.
No, the kink is a tricky place to get. It's a tricky place when you keep all four on the pavement.
Yeah.
When you go off just a little bit, it's pretty big.
Well, like I said, Thad Moffitt in that 43. It's funny. I had Wally Dollenbach Jr. in the booth a few weeks ago watching your race. And, of course, he's one of the only guys to carry that 43 of the famous Richard Petty outside of the family, as it were. And, of course, Thad is as a grandson, so he gets that right. But it's a bit of a target, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, my brother John was a proud wearer of the 43. And we're looking at Rafa's off. And I think Rafa's day is over.
Well, it was a dramatic day for him, wasn't it?
Well, and I was wondering what was going on because he just lost pace, right? And I don't know if he had an engine that was falling down. He hadn't dug that front end in. It could have just blocked enough of the radiator up or knocked up some of the ductwork. But not a good day for Rafa Matos, and this is a really, really big hit for his championship.
I'm going to say, significantly after the joys and highs of Mid-Ohio. Remember, he equaled the number with Cameron Lawrence of 20 wins in the championship for overall wins.
And then we got here. Is that
Merrill?
Keith? Is that
no,
Keith?
Keith Prochuk.
Yeah, that's Keith.
I just suddenly thought, wow, our top two contenders have gone, but no.
He's got a right front tire down. He's got a right front tire down, and it looks like he's going to go ahead and make his way into the paddock there, so that's going to keep the track clean and green for us. But I thought Rafa was in a really peculiar area, a really bad spot that he was in as well, as far as I think he was on the back straightaway outside of the kink on the way to Canada Corner, and if that was the case, I don't know if that's a good place to get a flat toe, but they will make the decision and they'll make the right one.
I'll tell you what, if I was Connor Zilic and I was Maurice Hull, I would be telling him to just keep it calm, because now, remember, Zilic starting the weekend, 4th in the championship. Rafa Matos is out. McAvern behind him in 5th in the championship is out. Darren Mock is very much in, but this could turn out to be a big weekend as we go back on board with Barry Bowes for Connor Zilic.
I'm going to tell you, that kink is slippery. Watching Barry Bowes go through the kink. Every driver we've seen go through the kink, it is and right here we got Rafa.
There's
so
Rafa,
he's in between, he's between Bennett Bridge Hall, Canada Corner, and turn number 13. That's not exactly the best place, but it looks like they're going to get that done through there. But, yeah, it looks just so slick and greasy out there today, Jonathan.
You know what? I think over the weekend we've had several oil spills that were quite big. We had one in the TA race with David Pentarik. And maybe just, the residue is still there. You never know, over the night, a little bit of rain. And maybe, as you quite rightly point out, it may not be as grippy as the rest of the new track is. So we'll see.
Absolutely. And a shout out to Adrian Vlaskowski.
Yes.
This young man started at the back there and has already worked his way up to the top 10 here.
Really good.
Working our, I think, 18th lap or 19th lap of a 25-lap race. And Adrian's done a heck of a job just being patient and working up through this field. He's got himself right behind Darren Mock now, and so he's just about 3 seconds behind Darren. I'm sure trying to get a sniff from this young Darren Mock to try and make that a battle.
And Austin Green up to 7th now.
Yeah, and Austin Green up to 7 here.
Lostowski in the 3, the Hawk Performance number 3. Former runner-up in the production championships in Trans Am, and then went into the big boy TA2, and he's never looked back since. He's always looked good. Took him a year to get used to it, but since then he's been dialed in.
Yeah, he does a really, really good job, and he runs a great business for himself to keep the race team going and to make the best out of this deal. So, yeah, always happy to see Adrian running up front. I love his group of people that he has over there. Billy and Travis have become friends, and so really, really enjoy them being in the paddock, and I think they do a great job at trying to put the best product out there on the racetrack for Hawk Performance, and Adrian certainly is a great representative for that.
So, with 19 laps gone, it's Cruz, Merrill, Zilic, Buford in 4th position, Werner, and Enciata, Green, and Moffitt. That's your top 8 as we get ready for the big grand finale of this race here at Road America.
Some great onboard shots here with Barry Bowes and seeing him, go to work here in this PC race cars here, the Oxio Data sponsored Chevrolet Camaro, and they're doing a really, really good job. Barry just brings that thing home week in and week out, and that's what you have to do in these PAT races. If you can just keep yourself clean and bring your car home, bring your ride home, you have a really, really good shot at a top 10 run.
On board again with Oxio Data's Barry Bowes. That's his sponsor. Up the hill he comes, and along that big, long, massive straight here, past the tower, the commentary position, and the checkered flag will be waved very soon in just 5 laps, flat out at over 162 miles an hour. It's been a busy day for that man. Austin Green, who came right from the very back up to 7th place already. Really impressive.
I tell you, I see a lot of drivers that run with their visors open. And then, Scott Borchetta, when we were at Road Atlanta 2 days before our race and our accident, he hit a turkey. And it came through the windshield.
That's right.
And he was
not funny at all, actually.
His visor shut.
Yeah.
And so I really encourage our drivers to, you can't rely on these windshields. They're a thin piece of plexiglass to keep things behind. Yet the visor for the helmet is a ballistic visor. It'll actually keep objects from coming into your eyes, into your face. So I would encourage all our drivers, even though we're in a rooftop car with a windshield, that's just really for aero purposes. It's not doing anything to protect you. That helmet is there to protect you. And I encourage all you drivers, if you're in these cars, put those visors down, and that's going to keep your eyes and keep that safety. It's just another added piece of safety for yourself. That's a great shot of the carousel, that aerial shot coming down into the kink here. That's just some of the most exciting sets of corners in all of motorsports.
You're watching the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. 20 laps have gone of the 25, and it's Brent Cruz leading the way by some 3 seconds over our champion Thomas Merrill. Zilich having a much better day in the Camaro in 3rd position. Jade Buford in 4th position, and Mario Werner of Argentina rounding out the top 5. Then it's Annunziata and Green. Green doing a great job coming through the field. It's been a dramatic day for the three-dimensional services group. Doug Peterson going off. Austin Green getting into the wars, turning around Mr. Moore. But we haven't seen much of this man because we haven't needed to. But right now, the Franklin Road-sponsored Nitro Motorsports Brent Cruz is flying as he has done all season.
This young man is unreal, Jonathan.
Isn't he?
2-minute 11.199. He is almost a second faster than his nearest competitor there in Thomas Merrill, that last lap alone. So he's got himself out to a near 4-second lead, and he is definitely putting a clinic on. He is looking for that maximum points haul today, and that is dangerous for everyone else in this points championship because he came in with a pretty heady lead and of this point championship. So for him to take get a potential maximum points haul here, pole position, leading most laps, obviously leading a lap, and what's looking to be almost a for sure win here, as the kid just does not put a wheel wrong. He is such a fantastic talent.
And a humble talent, too.
No, yeah, I feel so fortunate for us that we're able to watch him develop.
Well, I'm going to stick my neck out here, and I'm going to say that, you see youngsters like Ross Chastain coming through, and obviously Kyle Larson has done it, but I've got a feeling that you should remember that name, Brent Cruz, because these are the sorts of names that will be up into that rarefied air of NASCAR in the not-too-distant future. A former world kart champion, remember, Brent Cruz, could have gone any way he wanted, but I reckon he's going to make it to NASCAR. That's his ambition. He's already had Hamlin right behind him, and I reckon that we're going to be seeing this guy very soon indeed, and at 18, I reckon he'll be tearing the Xfinity Series apart.
The young man, right now the only thing restricting him is age.
Yeah,
that's what's keeping him from any of those NASCAR leagues. It would be his age. So
he wanted to do F4 this year, and he wasn't. He was too young.
He wasn't old enough. Yeah, I look at him. He could literally do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
The amount of talent he has, the support he has behind him. He could literally go wherever he wants. The sky is the limit for him. If it's NASCAR, it'll be NASCAR. If it's IndyCar, it'll be IndyCar. Heck, I think if it's Formula One, it would be Formula One.
You know what? And a shout out
has that skill
to somebody who doesn't get a lot of credit, his mum. Yeah. She's with him every weekend, as you would be with a teenager, but even so, she's right there in his corner. She's that voice of reason that says, you're fine. She doesn't bother him when his stepdad came to Detroit, but his mother has been there pretty much at every race.
Every single one. She is the ultimate support system for that young man, and they have an awesome relationship, and she takes this seriously too. She knows that our sport is a dangerous sport, and she doesn't take that for granted, and she takes the time with her son to let her son know what he means to her and what he's going out there to do and what he's getting ready to attack, and Brent takes it serious as well. As you look at the champion there in the Bennett Bridge Hall, number 26 Ford Mustang from Mike Cope Race Cars, he's Thomas Merrill, just systematic.
Yes.
Just gets the job done week in and week out, and that's what makes him such a tough championship contender. He is always there.
Well, there's an ironic thing there. We talk about mothers. It was actually Thomas's mother that took him round in her Porsche, in a club Porsche at Laguna Seca back in the day, that got him absolutely, he and his brother, into racing. He used to strap himself in the lunch break and go around with her. So Thomas has got his mum to thank as well.
And I think if I remember the story correctly, even when she was pregnant with him, that she was driving around Seca with him. So even as a zygote, I think he was getting the bug planted in his ear on what his career and what his life was going to be. But yeah, no, Thomas is a great professional. He does the job. He's great to be around outside of the car as well, and become a good friend, and he's again, just almost robotic in what he's able to get done, systematic, if you will. And then you got Connor Zilic, and Jay Buford is showing his head right there on Connor again.
Definitely.
He has not let go of this podium. Jay Buford is hunting, as you can see right there, tightening up as they head into three-dimensional services group turn 14, has tightened up on this number 7, the youngster Connor Zilic. And I'm telling you, I think Jade has got pace right now. I think Jade has got some race car left, because he did not have to pull through a field like Connor did.
Yeah, you've got to think that Connor's used most of his tires just to get to this position.
I believe so, and I think Jade has kind of got a sniff there as we're lapping lap 22 of 25 laps here. So it's getting down to that crunch time where you really have to start to get in that attack mode.
Well, they've all gone quicker, the leaders.
Fred
Cruz and Thomas Merrill.
Yeah, this is the last podium spot here, and Buford is definitely quicker than Zilic that last lap by almost a second. He went 9/10 of a second on Zilic that last lap. So Buford definitely has the pace, and I know that would make our boss man Scott Burchetta back home really small.
No kidding.
Look at all the debris.
A second podium would be really nice, and there's a lot of debris out there. Merrill tries to avoid it. Here comes Zilic.
This is that looks like blown tire from our 2 tire failures that we've had back there in that area throughout the race. So I think those might have been just some tire pieces that came off of those tires that we saw come apart there.
Great coverage, really great shot under the Corvette bridge with the flames flying up there, and Jay doing everything in his power to slow down Zilic. But Zilic, I remember when he bounced onto the scene at VIR a couple of years ago, stealing the pole from the whole field from nowhere, and from there on in, he's been a regular sharp-end player.
Yeah, he definitely, good memory, Jonathan, because when he came on board there at VIR, he set us on fire by sitting on the pole there. I was in that race, and we were all super impressed with the lap that he put down, and his car placement was so creative, and what he did at that racetrack for that lap was pretty impressive. And he hadn't learned the racecraft quite yet, hadn't got that down for 100 miles yet at that point, but he certainly has learned that and has put himself into great position since then. And there's one of those
we talked about the debris
tires from the 75.
That's Ben Mayer, yeah. That's the teammate, of course, to Connor Zilic. But that is another tire destroyed. We've had a lot of tires destroyed here at the 4 mile circuit of Road America. This new pavement is great. It's grippy, but it's also really grippy.
Yeah, and again, I haven't seen it obviously no one's pushing the car like he got up front there with Brent Cruz, Thomas Merrill, Connor Zilic, Jay Buford. And so a lot of the tire failures we've seen, I think, have been from incidental contact or picking something up. I don't think it's obviously anything that has been surface related or Pirelli related per se, as we're back on board here with Austin Green. So
yeah, Austin Green currently in 7th. He's chasing an Annunziata who's in a good battle with Werner, and if that gets any closer, Thomas has just done it. Annunziata has just done his fastest lap at 2:12.1. That could really help Austin Green in the closing stages. We'll stay on board with him and see just ahead of that battle that we're talking about. He's close enough where if they do get into a Barney, as I said yesterday, people like that word, it's a fight. They do get into a good old fisticuffs, then that will play into the hands of Austin Green in the closing stages. We've only got a lap to go after this.
Yeah, he's actually sitting back there just hoping that Mariano Werner and Thomas Annunziata start to get into a little bit of battle, as you said, because that could bring him right into it. And that's not what either of those two want, because Austin's got great racecraft and would definitely start to mix it up, especially as we are on lap 24 of 25 here. And we've got a good race here going between the 48 and the 7 again of Jay Buford and Connor Zilic. This is going to really go down to the wire, I certainly believe this, between these two competitors.
So then, closing stages, through the carousel they come. It's been one-way traffic for the number 70 of Brent Cruz, and the white flag will be out this next time round to give us that final lap here Merrill, the gap is 6.2 seconds. He'll settle for second, will Merrill, and pick up the points, as will Zilic. Certainly if Zilic can stay where he is, though, doesn't want to give up that third place, because this is an important third place for Zilic. One that will help the championship big time for him. Great result for Buford and great result for Werner and for Annunziata.
I tell you, this is not great news for the rest of the Spike Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 class. And the white flag coming out here for Brent Cruz, because Brent Cruz has just put on a clinic here today.
Yeah.
And if this is what we're going to expect the second half of the season out of this young man, that's going to be a hard pill to swallow for the rest of these competitors on if they can catch this kid, because he has taken off in this championship. Shout out to Nick Turner. He does an awesome job there at Nitro Motorsports and putting together that group. And Nick Tucker, and having just a great season all around. But, it's because it takes a whole group. We give the young man a
bit of traffic
so
here
for
Zilic.
But it takes an absolute whole group. And Zilic caught traffic just maybe at the wrong time here. And I believe, is that William Moore?
Yeah, could well be. And that is not going to help his battle. Whoa.
I saw smoke going up
I
there.
Did too.
So I have no idea what happened there, but it looked like some contact and something happened.
Yes, whoa, it's Zilic. Zilic has got a wheel gone. He's got his tyre wet.
He's got a tire down, yeah. He's got a tire gone.
Coming into 5, he's burst a tyre. Great stuff from our man Lake.
Oh, that's such a shame right there at the end. The young man was on his way to redemption, still in the podium spot, and don't know exactly what happened there with traffic. I don't know if traffic had any involvement with that at all, or if that was just another tire going down. But Jade Buford capitalizes and puts the thing into P3 on this final lap around Road America here.
Seems ironic. We're watching karts in the foreground there as Brent Cruz, a former karter just a year ago. Look at the damage and debris on track.
That's a tire carcass.
Yeah,
right
it is.
Yeah.
And look at it steaming. Yeah, there's going to be some. I think Pirelli are going to be interested to see the analysis of the tires after this race here, because we've had a lot of broken tires that have done it under just literally duration, as it were.
It's all been on that straightaway too. So I don't know if they're catching exit curbing and there's something, maybe some tacking down on the exit curbing that is hitting them, or it could be something along the lines. But I tell you what, who didn't have a tire problem or any problem is this young man coming to the checker, Jonathan Green.
Oh man, Brent does what he does best, and that is Cruz, as Brent Cruz does it. Yet again, this mid-part of the season has totally belonged to this young man, Brent Cruz. He does it again and extends his lead in the championship in 2023. Brent Cruz wins ahead of Thomas Merrill, who settles for second place, our champion. And in third, it's going to be Jade Buford. Mario Werner takes fourth place. Austin Green amazingly gets past Annunziata and makes it up to fifth. What a result by the young man. The 22-year-old Austin Green in the 89 takes fifth, ahead of Annunziata in sixth. Zilic, sadly, going out at the very last moment there while looking at a podium. So big drama all the way through. Rafa Matos out of the race, and so many others as well, including Zilic, and that really is going to shake things up, but it doesn't affect Brent Cruz. He is literally marching on towards his first Trans Am title.
And let's give a shout out to Darren Mock in P7, Thad Moffitt in P8, Adrian Vlastowski from all the way in the back up to P9, Barry Bowes cracks another top 10, and another youngster we don't talk a lot about, Parker DeLong.
Yes.
Another great young man, his best finish of the year, almost in the top 10 there in P11. Great job there. Really proud of every one of these competitors today.
Yeah, Parker's going to be happy with that.
Yeah,
he's had a bit of bad luck.
Yeah, that's a heck of a run for that young man, and really good stuff here. What a great day here for the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series.
Well, 100 miles of pure drama there throughout it. So good. And Brent Cruz deserves the win here. He kept his head, and you'll see when you speak to him, he's just as cool as you make him. Wow, catch your breath, folks. Great stuff. TA2 this season, I said to you at the top of the program who's going to win this series, but it's starting to look a little bit clearer. All right, well, a race that had everything. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of our TA2 race. We got away with a full field of over 33 cars. Drama right at the start as Rafa Matos punted off Quibble and Tai Young again in the wall. Rafa sided his way through. First past Prochuk and then a few others, but he would make it up. But then his teammate, Austin Green, coming together with Mr. Moore in the 33. And Rafa Matos continues his run through to the front. Dylan McAvern losing a tyre, as many others did too. Dylan having one of his best qualifyings of the year at the restart after the caution. Again, having to defend Brent Cruz. But then Zilic right at the get-go end for the number 7, and the silver hair, sadly, back to the burrow. Brent Cruz, though, marching on to a brilliant win, his second at Road America. So a race that had everything, no question about it.
Yeah, what an incredible race that we had here today, and Austin Green fighting from the tail up into the top 5 again. I hope nothing happens from the William Moore incident. I hope it's just found as a racing incident, but I know that's going to be wearing in the back of his head if there's a steward's office call coming in his future. And again, a rough day for Rafa Matos, but Austin Green carrying the banner for the three-dimensional services group and Peterson Racing here today, getting into that top 5 given his starting position. But again, a great job up there. You know, we got yourself 2 Cope cars there, Jamie and 1-2, so that makes Mike Cope really happy, and Jay Buford there, and Scott Borchetta Racing there taking P3.
Out of the car then comes the young 15-year-old Brent Cruz, and it's a sight we're familiar with seeing here in TA2. He won at Road America last year, and he was just making a name for himself now. Now we kind of expect it. And it's been another very, very impressive performance by this young man, who is going to be a household name in a very short space of time, and it feels great. I love seeing
my goodness, ladies and gentlemen,
before they are.
Another win.
Talking to champions, let's go down to Brent Sisler. He's got Brent Cruz.
Road America. Let's hear it. Brent Cruz, this beautiful Nitro Motorsports Franklin Road apparel. Somebody get this guy some treetop apple juice, because he is worn out. Brent, this has got to feel so good. One of the most difficult tracks. You've been here twice. You might as well win it twice.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to thank the Lord. None of this would be possible without him, especially Nitro, Nick, everybody at this team. To be able to give me a race car like that and just be that good for that long and just keep going faster, it's just amazing. Everybody on this car just worked so hard. I want to thank Ken Twaits, Franklin Road Apparel, everybody at that whole team, and it's just amazing.
Nice, and look at this. Thomas Merrill comes over. Couldn't tell, Thomas, if you were trying to strangle him or congratulate him. I'm not quite sure. But hold on, we've got to talk. Jade Buford, 3rd place, unbelievable. That's got to feel really good.
Yeah, guys worked hard all weekend. We actually had some struggles early on, but we just kept chipping away at it, and we were able to get our spike coolers, number 48 Mustang, into the podium just by trying to play it smart and running a good, clean race.
Nice, congratulations, Jade Buford. Sorry, Logan. Mariano Warner. I would be remiss if I did not bring this up. I was watching the YouTube comments, scrolling through. So many comments in Spanish, so I am pleased to say the Trans Am series now includes South America. Man, say something in Spanish, Espanol, to your fans.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, my Cobb. Thank you, Marcelo Chonero, Alicia, Ernie Gonella, my family, Argentina, Micaela, Salva, Rafa. Un beso grande, muy feliz, una carrera muy dura y bueno, que necesitaba llegar para sumar la primera experiencia con el auto en una carrera tan larga.
Nice, unbelievable. Thank you so much for joining us. Such an honor. Brent Cruz, Thomas Merrill, Jade Buford, unbelievable. Jonathan, Adam, I'm going to send it back up to you. Thank you.
Yeah, an unbelievable weekend for Brent Cruz especially, and there's a confirmation of the results, and what a great day also for Ford. Look at that. Brent Cruz wins. Thomas Merrill is 2nd. Jade Buford is in 3rd. Mariano Werner, speak to his fans, in 4th place. Austin Green is 5th. All right, my thanks to MAV TV. Great to have you on board as we take a look at those results. We'll be back with you next time. And hope you've enjoyed what has been superb racing from Road America. A little further down, Lostowski all the way up to 9th position. Parker DeLong, as Adam pointed out, got a great result in 11th place, one of his best results certainly of the year. Danny Bender in 12th, Tommy Sheehan, Eric Caton in 14th position. David Dickerson, haven't seen him much this season, but he got 15th place. Connor Zilic is, in the end, placed 16th after finishing before the end of the race, sadly. Gray, Nesbitt, and Utt in 19th position. William Moore in 20th after that. To do with Austin Green. Ben Mayer finished with a broken tyre, another one that lost that big tyre going down. Gallagher, Boris Said Jr., Prochuk, Matos, Hearn, Weisberg, all of these guys not finishing the race. Likewise, Doug Peterson. So, what a day, and a lot of attrition as well, as you see down towards the end there. When you see the plus laps, it means that they didn't finish the race. So, all there is left to do is give you a look at the cool move of the race. That, of course, brought to you by Cool Shirt Systems, the cool move of the race. Thad Moffitt looking good in the 43.
He made up 8 spaces, and he put a lot of cool moves to get that many spots up.
No question. So Thad Moffitt then taking the victory in the cool move shirt of the day. And he'll be getting one just like Adam. We'll take a short break, though, from Road America. And it's been a beautiful day here and some fantastic top draw racing. My thanks to Adam Andretti. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from the Speed Tour after this.
Manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexity and compressed timing, the Three-Dimensional Services Group offers 7 facilities and 500,000 square feet of dedicated, on-demand manufacturing floor space. Metal or plastic, we support a wide range of industries, from some of the world's best-known companies to startups, with an unparalleled investment in leading-edge manufacturing technology and automation to keep all phases of a project in-house.
With creative and flexible tooling solutions for a quick turnaround of your product launch, Three-Dimensional Services Group gets things done. We do everything in-house, from reviewing CAD files, design and simulation, machining ideal tooling solutions, laser cutting and metal stamping, complex welded assemblies, as well as injection molding, all to get you parts fast without compromising quality. We take on the most complex jobs and deliver beyond expectations.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour here on our live stream, and this is Road America. If you've just joined us, this is single-seater racing from what we call Formula Race Promotions, or FRP as it's known in the business, and it tells us in its brochure that it's the East Coast premier hosting body for Formula car racing. So they mainly go on the East Coast. They do spread their wings now and again. And this is, well, this is where you cut your teeth if you really are serious about becoming a racing driver. And we've got 1600s coming up. I might be joined by the former champion for that one. But that's after this race, which sees the best of F2000 and Formula Atlantic. Very different cars, but basically one leads to the other. The F2000 Championship, obviously a championship that started in England back in the mid-70s, and it's gone through a couple of evolutions over the years. And it's an obvious step up from F1600s, or Formula Ford as it's more globally known. But F2000 is not a spec series, so you can have different chassis, different engines, and lots of different ways to make it go fast. But when you come to look at who's been a part of F2000 over the years, if I mention the likes of Dan Weldon, Patrick Carpentier, Paul Tracy, Ayrton Senna even, Sam Hornish Jr., and more recently the likes of Connor Daly and Santino Ferrucci, who is currently racing, as is Connor Daly, in IndyCar. And then you've got Formula Atlantic, and that really is not for the faint-hearted at all, or beginners. They are 300 brake horsepower, capable of speeds of over 175 miles an hour, and you might see them get close to that here at the long straights of Road America. And of course the Formula Atlantic series is, or was anyway back in the day, a big stepping stone towards Indy. And if you can grapple with one of these cars at over 300 brake horsepower, you're on your way to Indy next, or possibly IndyCar. We've already seen one of their races this weekend. Looking forward to what should be a really good race. We've got the Formula Atlantic, the Open class, and the F2000 class. We've also got the NAF 1000 class as well. There are arrive and drive opportunities in this series. And this is basically the second half, or starting the second half here in July of this championship. And looking for some new names to come to the front. Jimmy Simpson was in fine form yesterday. Keith Grant had problems with his car. David Grant was runner-up in the first race yesterday, so we'll see what they can do in this one. And as you can see, the Corvette pace car lights out on that, which means we're about to go racing. Coming up the hill they come then, as we get ready for FRP, Formula Atlantic and F2000, 2x2. Away we go. David Grant will lead the field ahead of his brethren in Keith Grant. Tom Kazimets in third position as they all dive towards the first corner. A bit of a lock up there from the 43, I think that was, not quite sure who did lock up. Yeah, it could have been Shane Prato who locked up there, goes through, and the 06 of Bruce Hamilton. Nathan Bird in the thick of it as he was yesterday, as they all go under the Sargento Bridge for the first time here under racing conditions. Now comes the restart for the start for the smaller F2000 cars. And into turn 5 come the Atlantics. The 71 just getting squeezed there. That's Chip Roma side by side into 6. So we've got some drama here already. Out of 6 they come, sorting themselves out. Good clean start though. So they start them staggered, just in case you were wondering what you heard as a roar. And so it's a nice little sight this. You've got the karts, which is where you start. You've got the 1600s coming up, which is where you go next. And then you come up to this class, which is F2000 and Formula Atlantic. So it's a nice progression. through the kink for the first time. Down towards the crucial Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner. And the field already spreading around about quite quickly here. Those chasing also in their own battle. And we'll start to see as they come across the line for the first time just who's where. Up the hill then to finish the first lap. No real changes of position except for this one here. As through comes the 71. Nicely done. But it is David Grant from Keith Grant and Tony Kazimets in third position, Dudley Fleck in fourth, Chip Romer, who I mentioned in the 71, you just saw him go through there, in fifth place at the moment, Nathan Bird in sixth, Richard Zoba in seventh, Bruce Hamilton eighth, Shane Pietro in ninth, and Kurt Kinsvater in 10th position. Jim Booth out there again, we've already seen him in action. Jim Booth in the 1600s, and he's out there, in the Radical earlier today. And he's currently 11th in the number 63 in this one, ahead of Steve Hamilton. At that first lap by David Grant, a 2:02.9, and as I mentioned, David runner-up in the race yesterday. Not sure if Simpson's out there today. Austin Hill also in this race. He's been a busy boy, has Austin. And Robert Wright, who runs the series. Really delighted to be on the calendar with SPRA and with Pirelli Holdings this year. And we welcome them to the fold. First saw them at Road Atlanta, and it was great to have them on board there, learning their way at some of the great circuits here in North America. And we've managed to pretty much gather all the grants together in one championship. Of course, Carrie and Milton and Richard still doing the Trans Am series. And already the field starting to spread out. There's a 1.4 second gap between the two grants. And there is Hamilton in the 06. 8th at the moment with some work to do. He's got a few car lengths to catch up with Zoba in the 66, who comes into view here in the all green. Ooh, somebody's parked it up. That's the 84 of Ruggiero. And he's parked it up. Let's hope they keep going. That's Peter Ruggiero in the Arrive Drive Motorsport car. And that is a factor in this series, that you can arrive and drive. And sometimes that's an easier way to go racing cost-wise, obviously. But it doesn't give you, as we look at Kurt Kinsvater in the Cahill Motorsports, the top team in this series, or at least one of them. He's currently in 10th position, behind him, Jim Booth. Now let's see if that car that's stricken Ruggiero is going to cause a safety car. I don't think so yet. They're really good at keeping things going here at Road America. Up the hill they come out of 5 and under the bridge to 6. A very important part of the course. An important weekend here in Road America before they start effectively the second half of the season. And as I mentioned, Jim Wright trying to wrangle all these drivers together each and every weekend, as well as driving himself, I may add. But a lot of work gone into getting these cars out there. And it's there, you see, this is classic Road America. Keeping things going, but getting rid of precarious situations like that. There is a flag out, though, letting them know there is a truck on track. And we've got a nice little battle here between car number 43, that's car number 40, that's Keith Grant and Tony Kazimets. That's second and third. This is a good little battle. Kazimets in the all-orange. Another Cahill Motorsports car all over Keith Grant at the moment for Polestar. There's your leader. And look at the gap he's pulled already on second and third. Here comes the move then by the 21 as Tony Kazimets makes his move and moves up to second place. And this battle's going to continue as they dive through 6. Just touched the wheel on the grass there for a second. And in fact, behind them, Chip Romer's caught up as well. So we've got a 3-way battle now for the podium. And behind them, Richard Zoba and Dudley Fleck. Bruce Hamilton in 7th. Nathan Bird drops to 8th. Kurt Kinsvater now up to 9th. He's dropped Shane Prito, into 10th position. Jim Booth now 11th. Steve Hamilton in 12th. Charles Livingston 13th. And Michael Vadakins in 14th place. Matthew McDonough in 15th. And it's Corliss, Tapman, Novoleski, Hartley McDonald, Robert Wright. But we're all eyes on David Grant at the front of this race. He's got a 4.5 second lead, just over 4.8 to be exact. There he is, just going past the incident. And then you'll see in a moment they'll pop out into view. There you go, second and third, and fourth. So good little battle here now between Grant, Kazimets, and Aroma. Now, could Fleck catch up here in the 24 in 5th place? Lots of different kinds of cars out here, but the leaders all running the Formula Atlantic Spec 016. And the leaders putting in their fastest lap so far, a 2:00.9. That's very quick round here. Chip Roma in the Michelob Ultra sponsored car, the grey and red. And this battle for the podium continues. Mazda powered number 40, Keith Grant. For Polestar, we've got One Motorsports out there, Cahill Motorsports, the Arriva Drive Motorsports team, Wisco Racing, Hamilton Motorsports, Speed Sport, Kevin Kelly Racing, Alliance Racing. So lots of different teams. And that's the beauty of this kind of racing. It's not spec racing in that you can all have different chassis if you want and different engines, but it's also simplified to keep the costs low. And coming up after this, we'll have the 1600s, and I'll be joined by last year's champion, Thomas Cragg, who has been a real benefit to getting an insight into what it's like to race in 1600, looking to make his road to Indy quest come true. In action last weekend, and getting some good results out of that. So this is very much a stepping stone series. And a chance to dabble your foot in the world of single-seater motor racing and see if you've got what it takes. I think that's the important thing here, because we all know just how much motor racing costs, and not everybody gets paid to go motor racing. In fact, very few do. So if you're going to go racing, you need to find out at the low level, in a good car like one of these, to see if you have the mettle and the ability, because it takes big skill to do this sort of stuff. Trust me, I've tried. Now we're watching this battle for second and third here. David Grant and Tony Kazimets. Kazimets ahead of Keith Grant at the moment, the Polestar yellow and black. And they're just getting through some traffic right now. Ooh, a big moment there for Keith. He thought he was going to squeeze through, and he didn't quite do it. Got through now, though. Under the bridge and through the kink at 4. There's your leader. He's got traffic now. So the race itself could change dramatically in the next few minutes, because it's one thing to break away from the crowd. It's another to scythe your way through traffic and make the most of it. And this is where those chasing the leader will want to make their move as they head up under the Corvette Bridge here at Road America. Watching on for the Ringer and Gloves racing team. At least that's the umbrella anyway. Grant extending that lead now to 4.8 seconds over Kazimets. And Grant and Roma Fleck still 5th and Zoba still 6th. Nathan Bird now up to 7th with Hamilton in 8th. Kinsvater still 9th. Booth drops to 11th. And just talking to the guys here, really enjoying. They had a test day on Thursday, really enjoying racing this iconic circuit. Not often you get a chance to really get good time and practice around a circuit like this. So a test day, very important indeed. Dudley Fleck coming out of 14. And here comes the leader, past the start-finish one more time. And there's your second place right behind him. But still, that camera position, very steady, but doesn't tell you how close those cars are, and it's not as close as it looks on the camera, I can assure you. 4 seconds to be exact, as they all dive into turn 1. Turn 1 is one of those corners here at Road America that can be so good to you in terms of an overtake, and can also force you to go wide if you take too much, get too greedy. Now, there's good runoff there, but once you get offline, it's very hard to get back on. Now these races just under half an hour, and so we've got just over the halfway point on this race as we look at the 71 of Chip Roma. And that's the gap Roma's got to third place Grant in the yellow and black just in front of him. So it's what, about 8 car lengths at the moment, but that could easily be changed, especially with traffic. And that beautiful carousel, we see it from high above, really enjoying seeing that, because when I first came to Road America, we didn't have the drones. So you could see it was a long right-hander, but you don't really see the extent of it and how important it is to get the slingshot out of the carousel into this kink, which is absolutely flat out, and takes some big cojones to get through there. And then you run down, sweeping through the forest here at Road America. I've been out there actually on a moped, just to watch from this corner here, and it really is. It's like a different track when you're out there. You're in the middle of nowhere, but there's a track all the way around the inside, so you can follow each and every corner as the cars go through. And yeah, it's got a myriad of different aspects, has this Road America circuit. And to be honest, let's we not forget this weekend we are celebrating Denny Lamers and his family. Denny and the McMahon Company, such a big part of the big improvements that Road America, not just the repaving, but the internals as well, the shops and the kiosks and the merchandise, all getting a real big facelift over the last year or so. As some 400 events per year here, and not all of them big ones like this. Another big one next weekend, Brian Redman as his annual race. I'm sure David Hobbs will be here, and many other luminaries of past racing. And of course, Brian, back in the Can-Am days, making his name here and in Formula 5000. So, yeah, the happy hunting grounds for the likes of Brian Redman. Fleck currently in fourth. Somebody just going wide there. May have given Fleck an opportunity there. He'll have spotted that dust flying up and sensing an opportunity himself as Roma went a little bit wide out of 5. And there's been some good alumni from Formula Race Promotions. Max Easterson just joining the FIA Formula 3 paddock, following in the footsteps of F4 champion and FR champion Hunter Yaney. Another American on his way, and of course Jack Crawford, well on his way in Formula 2 now. And Logan Sargent currently in the British Grand Prix today in Silverstone, racing for the Williams team. So young Americans have cut their teeth in championships like this, and when you get to see them perhaps at the IndyCar level or possibly even Formula 1, this is where it all begins. They've raced at Pittsburgh already this season. lots of different winners over the various weekends of FRP. As I mentioned, in 1600s, Paul Aiken's been having a good season, so has Jack Sullivan. And Ayrton Hout, we'll see him in action in the next race. Jimmy Simpson having a good season, as is Keith Grant, currently leading this race. David Grant leading this race. Chip Roman's been up there through most of it as well. And Austin Hill has had some good results, but struggling a little bit in this one, Austin. And Austin's had a busy year too. He's down in 23rd at the moment. Fastest lap, Dudley Fleck gets his quickest lap of the race in, a 2:00.8. The fastest lap so far, just under the 2-minute mark of David Grant, a 1:59.7. Our leader, and still leading by 4.6 seconds. So the gap pretty much staying the same. As Richard Zoba in the black and green makes his way through some more traffic up the hill under the Corvette Bridge. Right now, it's almost like the powder's dry, but we might... Livingston's off. Livingston was in 13th position, but as you can see, he's parked up. But again, they're another one of the Rive and Drive motorsport entries. And again, no need to bring out the safety car just yet. And they'll try to keep them green, because this is what it's all about at this level. It may not be as expensive as some of the series, but when you get safety cars and you're under pace car, well, you're just not getting any learning done. So this is about learning and about time on track. So as many fast laps as you can get, race laps that you can get, that's where you get your money's worth, so to speak. Fastest lap by Zoba, a 2:03.0. That one on lap 8, so some of them finding their way mid-race. Just about 8 minutes to go in this one. And the gap now up as Kesemets and Grant continue their battle in second and third. But the gap to the leader is some 5 seconds now as we look at the 27. Hartley McDonald in that number 27. And there's Zoba. Nathan Bird, we haven't had too much sight of Nathan, but he's busy as Nathan every time. I seem to look at a sheet. I was saying earlier in the day that Nathan Bird's been driving pretty much everything he can get his hands on all season, and he's here in the single seaters. In fact, that last lap in his NAF 1000 was a 2:04.6, his fastest lap. Currently 7th overall for the Rive and Drive team. So well done to Nathan. Bruce Hamilton coming into shot at 5. Currently in 8th position overall. He's the man chasing Nathan Bird. And David Grant just put in his fastest lap at 1:58.9. So he really is laying down some rubber in this race, because he just gets faster and faster as the laps come on. And the man chasing him, Tony Kesemets, doing a 1:58.6. So he's gone even quicker, second place man. But the gap, 5.2 seconds at this point. So it's going to be hard to catch him as we lure back to the 24 of Dudley Fleck. Still in 5th place. But he too has just done his fastest lap, which is a 2:00.7. I was asking earlier in the weekend who races in this championship. You get kind of a sort of smorgasbord of youngsters on their way up, so teenagers getting out of karts, making their way through F1600 and up to F2000 and possibly Formula Atlantic, learning their way, learning their racecraft, and getting coaches out there to help them, professional drivers who can give them the input they need to learn how to be better. Then you've got guys that just enjoy single-seater racing, and some will arrive and drive. Nathan Bird is a good example of somebody on the way up, He's still a youngster. And then you've got guys like Jim Booth, who's been around for, I think he's in his 70s, Jim. But he's been around for a few years and just enjoys single-seater racing. I love this shot from the drone coming over the trees. It's like we're peering in on Road America's unseen natural beauty, because you don't often get to see this view of the cycle path. Effectively, you can walk all the way down there. It's a long way, I may add, but it's a great view, and you can get all the way down to Canada Corner and then walk back up the hill. And we're on the final lap, and we're joined once again by Ben Sissel, who's been out and about doing his podiums. But white flag is out, and it's not been the closest of races, as Grant and Kesemets are 5 seconds apart. But the Grants have done it again.
I know. We've seen, 5 Grants this weekend,
Grants.
right? Yeah. Unbelievable. When I had Milton on the podium,
like
he said,
grant,
he said that he had 2 nephews racing in this race yesterday.
So
and
they are his nephews,
yeah.
Okay.
Well, Richard, who races with us in the Trans Am Series, but he had done this weekend with us at Road Atlanta and just said it was tough to go from car to car with the scheduling and just reappropriating his brain. So he's out there, but it looks like David, I think his brother, is out there getting the best of him.
Well, David got a runner-up spot in this race yesterday, and now is leading the way, some 4.5 seconds now ahead of Tony Kesemets.
And like we saw at COTA a few years ago with the Brabhams, we know Tonis Kesemets has a ton of talent, so that really speaks highly for David Grant.
Yeah, no kidding. Final lap then here in our Atlantic F2000 and F1000 race, and we do have a truck on track, which is all a little bit precarious to me, especially this part of the circuit, but there you go. Clock ticking down then. Grant, Kesemets, and the other Grant, the 40 Grant of Keith Grant. We've seen a lot of Keith, though. Keith's done all sorts of racing, and I can understand why he doesn't want to do too many changeovers, because that's quite hard, isn't it?
It is, especially going from 2 totally different cars. A huge, what you'd call like a touring car with too much horsepower and too little brakes, and then to come into a Formula Atlantic with all the downforce and good braking. So that would be tough to get used to.
All right, then, coming towards the checkered flag. Here comes your leader in the all-white. David Grant will totally dominate proceedings here and win the Open Series for Formula Atlantic. Takes the checkered flag. Tonis Kesemets did close the gap, and in the end it was down to 2.4. But I think that Grant probably lifted in that last lap. And Keith Grant comes across the line in third, ahead of Chip Romer in fourth. Dudley Fleck takes fifth, and Richard Zober rounds out the top 6. Then it's Nathan Bird, Bruce Hamilton in 8th, Kirk Kinsfaser up to 9th place in the end, Shane Prieto in 10th, and then Jim Booth in 11th, Steve Hamilton in 12th. So a rather spread out field, but they got good track time, they got good racing time, and that's what it's all about at this level. Learning. And we've got one more race to bring you this afternoon, and that'll be the 1600s, which is effectively the series, the step series below this. And so effectively we'll see the youngsters who are wanting to be on this grid for next year. We'll take a short break, though. We'll be back from the Speed Tour from Road America after this.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to Road America, and we're watching the Speed Tour. It's a beautiful day here. It's been a beautiful weekend. We've had a bit of rain over the weekend, but luckily not during races, thankfully. We've had a bit of wet track now and again. But we turn our attention to the Formula 1600s, and we are delighted to be joined by the current champion of that.
Wait, before we go somewhere, hold on.
What?
George, if you can hear me, can you get a shot of the nose of the 9-9 car again? That lead car. Get a shot if you can hear me, George, our cameraman. Get a sharp end of that car.
What you see?
Because I don't know if that's from loading it on the trailer or if that's bump drafting in the 1600. So we'll get our resident expert to tell us what
that's definitely a bit of damage there.
Is that from bump drafting or is that from loading onto the trailer?
That's not loading onto the trailer. But
he won't say if it's bump drafting.
I will say that it has been there for a while, so I'm not sure if it happened last race or not.
You're listening to Thomas Scragg, who's raced these cars. In fact, the car behind looks as though it's got a similar kind of dent. Anyway, we're looking at Porter Aitken, who's been one of the top guys here in this championship. And Thomas, who are we looking at again? If they weren't tuning in earlier today, let's sort of start and reset. Who are we looking at to make a name for themselves this afternoon?
First off, Porter Aitken, the points leader. He's starting on pole once again this year.
Yeah.
And then Jack Sullivan's second or third in points as well. He starts fifth. And Ayrton Hankook starts ninth. He's top 3 in points as well.
Okay. And again, just for the audience tuning in for the first time, this is arguably the way to make your way in motor racing after karts. It's the obvious place to learn.
One of
the
also
obvious
F4,
places
FR.
to if you want to continue single-seaters, this is a good stepping stone, yeah?
Yep, for sure.
And then from there, would you say, we've just seen F2000, is that, again, the next one? I mean, you're doing that, or you've done that, or you're looking now to do Road to Indy, which is, again, a similar car. So there's options, but they're all good cars to actually learn your craft, right?
Yeah, I think there's many options, not just open-wheel cars, but, Trans Am, the TA2 is really competitive.
F4 and FR.
Yeah, F4 and FR, a couple other things that you could run.
We have to promote our own series, you see.
Yeah, it's not really one, way that you can go. I think F1600 leads to a couple different
As
paths.
somebody, though, that works with Scott Goodyear in the F4 FR class, and Scott, I just have to give, I've been in his drivers' meetings. We've spent a lot of time, as of you, Jonathan, does such a great job with driver development. But one thing I think the F4 class is kind of missing is a lot of these drivers in F1600 are out there, and they may be right out of karts, but they also might be racing somebody with 20 years experience.
That's a very good point.
Like we saw in that last race with Kent Buquillin, who is, I guess, in kind of their version of the Masters class, racing there up front. So you're learning your racecraft with what I'd call very good seasoned veterans. And I feel like that might be something that we're kind of missing, that this class has. And the racecraft, the no downforce in this makes for some very interesting racing.
Yeah, you tend in F4 to get a bunch of teenagers like Tom's age, and they're all sort of, they all know that they've got to beat the other guy, and there's 29 of you out there, and you've got to make a name for yourself. So you might take risks sometimes of a weekend, whereas I was pretty impressed earlier today just how well-behaved everybody was, racecraft-wise.
And I wonder, when you're on track, and you could answer this question for me, if I'm a 15-year-old, and I am basically a 50-year-old, 15-year-old.
I'm 12.
Mentally. And but if I see a seasoned veteran next to me, like Ken Buquillin, I'm kind of inclined to kind of mirror or shadow what he or she, the veterans, are out there doing as a more of a rookie or somebody kind of new into racing. And do you find that that's true, that you're kind of looking towards the people that have been in the series for a while as kind of guidance or lines or just kind of racecraft?
Yeah, I would say that they keep you in line in a sort of way. Bob Perona, he's, not only raced this series like he did at Road Atlanta to start the season, he actually got a win as a Masters car. So, they've been around for a long time and they know what they're doing. And even though you might beat them sometimes, they do have the experience on you no matter what. So you still have to look up to those guys.
Yeah, and I would have said that if you all are in your teens, then you think you know better. Because you're all the same. I'm better than this guy.
They kind of could set the tone out there of hey, guys, this is a long race. Let's not all go 6 wide into Mission Foods turn 5 here.
Yep.
Let's give each other some room and maybe kind of kind of set the tone as like mentors out there, and I feel like that might be nobody probably recognizes it, but it might be kind of happening, kind of behind the scenes.
So we're about to get underway for our final race of the Speed Tour here from Road America. It's been a great weekend. We've really enjoyed.
Earlier, Jonathan, you called this the cycle path. And I just put it together. I thought you said the psychopath. And it took me out for a whole lap trying to think, what does he mean by that? But now I understand, so sorry about that.
Well, it's whichever you choose.
Welcome to the late day broadcast.
Yes.
My medicine has run out. It's about to get crazy.
Yeah.
Well, thank you
we're
for
glad
having
we've got
me.
the dulcet tones of Mr. Tom Scragg, who's going to help us through here, the current champion of this series, and has raced against many of these guys you're about to watch, and is looking after a few of them as well, and or at least has had a hand in preparing one of the cars out there as the lights go off on the Corvette. And a crucial part, Tom, of the race right now. Got to get this start as best you can.
So this is Porter Aiken starting up there in what I call P1. So I guess last race was not a qualifying race. This is based on times, huh? As they come to green, Jonathan.
Yep. And it's a really good job of formation too. That's not an easy thing to do. They are line astern, really good positioning for the start of this race. There goes the green flag then. We're underway for the Formula 1600 Feature Race 3. Everybody spreads right out. Look at this. 5 wide at times, certainly in the mid-pack, if not more. Look at them having to go into the pit lane for a moment just to keep on track.
That was a beautiful image. Great shot there from our man Bob Herdman up there in turn 1.
I know, well done, Bob.
You can see the green flags going to Porter Aiken out there in front.
And that's another nice shot here into turn 3. And like I said earlier, Thomas, what I'm really impressed with is the racecraft. A lot of these are youngsters. Yes, there's some experienced drivers out there, but boy, they really have got their their racecraft together here.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm actually surprised they've had really clean starts, and it's been a lot of clean racing so far.
Actually, their start 2x2 like that going up the hill could be a clinic for our Trans Am drivers.
Yes, yeah. Show them the shots of that.
Yeah.
This is how you do it, boys. Whoop, a couple of wheels off into the grass for a moment, but luckily gathering it all together and coming under the bridge, the Corvette bridge at 6, a crucial corner here as you head into the mid part of the circuit and start to spread a little bit of love down that mini straight before the left-hander, and you'll see from the drone how the braking is done, and that's a nice little bit of braking there.
I believe that's Naranjo.
Yeah,
Naranjo.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to say that wrong all day, but in that
you
yellow.
have the right pronunciation. What is it, Thomas?
Naranjo?
Naranjo,
maybe?
that's it. Okay. We'll take that. We'll take it on board as that.
I don't know. That sounds very Americanized.
That's fine.
Look at this 3-4 going into the kink.
Yep.
Speaking of Scott Goodyear, we're here in May, and we would go out early in the mornings with the F4 FR, and he would look at the kink every day because he got it wrong one time at the kink, and he's still scared of it. So it is one of those ones that when you get it wrong, you can get it real wrong, as we saw with Nathan Hearn. But they go too wide into Bridge Hall Bennett, Canada.
I know. This is the only race where anybody dares to go into that two across. It's just not one of those corners where I would risk that. But hey,
new leader.
These guys are braver than me.
There's your man there, Sullivan, but we've got a new leader.
Yeah, Sullivan in third, had a great race earlier this morning. If you missed it, it was an absolute doozy, one of the best races of the day, and it went right to the very get-go, to the end of the checkered flag. Sullivan right in the mix all the way, as he is today, and again in this race. Thomas Scragg looking after him and helping prepare his car as he now jinks to the inside and for the lead.
Now let me ask you this, as a seasoned veteran in this group, and I was wondering this in the last race. As they come around 14 about to go up the hill, I noticed that one car goes left, one car goes right, and then the third and fourth car decide to go follow which car. How are you making that decision on which car to follow?
I'd follow the car with the biggest run, honestly. It comes
so you're
down
looking
to
for
draft.
how they come out of 14, and you're like, whoever has the momentum, that's who you're going with.
Yeah,
There's no
for sure.
team orders or friends or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. No, not really. Once you're on the racetrack, team orders usually don't work out. So
Porter Aiken coming back on the outside, but he's not going to make it through. He slots back into second place behind Sullivan.
Well,
good six-way battle here at the front.
If you're joining us on YouTube, please leave some comments. Got a great comment for our friend, the boy from New York, who raced with Scott Goodyear in the 70s.
Gosh, did he?
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. That's why he's got so much good info.
Is he up for Watkins Glen then yet?
I don't know. You're being invited, boy from New York, to Watkins Glen. We'll get you all access passes. Come up, sit in the booth with us, have some fun.
Come up and join us. Naranjo in 5th at the moment. Sebastian Mateo Naranjo. That's a great racing name. You see, you can't go as John Smith into a racing name, I don't think. You've got to have a good...
I don't know. Jonathan Green is pretty good. The name
Juan
Green
Verde.
Flag,
That's my
that's
Spanish
pretty good.
name.
Yeah.
I'd have to go
Verde.
by my Argentinian racing name, which is Juan Verde.
That's pretty good. Look at this as they come through the kink here. And you can see why they can't, with the railroad tracks right there, that's why they can't move that wall back. And the motorsports community would be absolutely furious if they changed this. But here they come into Breach Hall Bennett, Canada corner.
And look at it. Great racing between them. Top 3 there. Aitken, Sullivan, Burns, Rubens, and all of them slotting through there somehow. And they're still making moves here in the midfield too. Bukilian, Preble. Jason Preble coming back into the series this weekend. Good to have him back. And Ed Hankook, you raced against him. Has he got a big future?
I would say so.
Good.
He was second in the championship to me, and it was actually a really close championship all the way until probably the last weekend, where I just had a thing going for me when I came back from England, and I'd swept the weekend and just closed the championship shots.
Hard on the brakes is Jack Sullivan coming around Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1, but makes the pass. I think he held it coming into WeatherTech turn 3, Jonathan.
Yeah, just about. But that's going to hurt the tires a little bit. How badly do the tires change when you lock up like that?
Well, it kind of depends on the lap.
Yeah.
The lockup. He had actually locked up in qualifying, so he still has a spot on his tire right now.
Fair enough.
From it, so I don't think it hurts it that much.
We're seeing Kearse there. He was at the top 10 last time at 10th, trying to stay with the lead pack, but it looks like he's able to stay with the lead pack, but side by side, John.
Again, exactly as it was last lap, and again, Porter Aiken hung out to dry on the outside. He keeps trying to look at the inside and outside of everyone. Timothy Steele going through in the all-yellow. But a great battle at the front between Aiken and Sullivan. It's just good toing and froing, and every time we see them at 5, they are side by side. Good start to this one. Timothy Steele in the top 8. Ken Bulikin, the more experienced driver in the 83, down to 9th. Talked about Christopher Kearse in 10th position. BJ Shaw now 12th. Reed 13th. Kingham in 14th. Livingston Jr., he went off last race. He's in 15th. Tapman in 16th place at the moment.
Something we're not talking about right now is the winner of last race is not in the top 15. So I'm not sure what happened to Eddie Beswick, but he might be out of the race.
Yeah, I don't see him. In fact, I'm looking down my holes. Yeah, in fact, he's down in 21st position, Eddie Beswick. So, yeah, good point. And his lap is slow, too. He's not put in a quick lap. So something is not 100% then with, like you say, the guy who was on fire last time out. This is great. Top 3, then another little mini group of 3 for 3 through 6. Then this battle for the top 10.
There's Kearse, who we were talking about, who was at the tail end of that lead pack, but this time it looks like he might have the draft to move in to it. But man, coming into Big Machine Vodka turn 1, look at this, Jonathan.
I know, and each time each and every lap they're getting quicker and quicker. And every lap, Sullivan in second now, behind Porter Aiken, who picks up the lead again, and by 5, I'm sure they'll be side by side again, but they're all going quicker. 2:23.7 by Porter Aiken last time out, 2:23.7 likewise by Jack Sullivan. Who else do you know that we should be aware of, Thomas?
Honestly, other than the top 5 or 6 right now.
They're all new to you,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I'm familiar with most of them, and I think they all have a shot as long as they're close.
So our first shot of BJ Shaw in the 91. He's done his fastest lap at 2:27.3 for Arrive Drive Motorsports.
How many times are we going to say new leader in this
I know.
race?
And pretty much these cars are identical, so you're never really going to have a power advantage, are you? I mean, is there any way of tuning it so you just get a little bit more horsepower, or is that not allowed?
I feel like each team has their own way of trying to find the extra power. Okay. But even then, I think it's not a big difference. Usually the driver wins the race either way. So
and that's how it should be at this level. There's no question that if you start pouring time and energy and money, more importantly, into tuning engines, then it becomes a different sport. You see it in karting, obviously, once you get to higher echelons of karting.
Hey, I have an answer.
Go on, then.
We've got some great fans here. So 4MLA4D says, Beswick was a Spectrum hired gun brought over to showcase the car. So he came out, won, showed everybody what he was doing, and now, probably in the car just kind of taking it easy.
Good intel. I like that. Thank you, sir. Into Canada corner they go, and my brilliant partner here has given us all the intel that we need.
Look at the difference there between the leader and second place.
Nothing. 0.006 of a second, if that. But Sullivan still there. Well, you can see the gap yourself in the top 6, glued together again as we look at Burns in third place now.
Okay, so in the Kentucky Derby when all bets are off, so you can't bet anymore. But if you were to put $100 down on one of these leaders, who would it be right now?
Naranjo.
Well, obviously I'm going with Sullivan.
Sullivan. All right, then who am I going to pick here?
You can have Burns.
I'm going to go Aiken.
Okay, well, that's a good call. I saw him first in the rain in Atlanta and got a chance to interview him after that race. A really spectacular race it was. We see Scott Rubenza coming through in the 31 in 6th place overall. Any one of these top 6, and you can see the gap for yourself. These 6 now, very much the guys who are going to win this race, and they are pulling away from the chasing group. And as many are chasing, but look, you can see the gap they've got. Long way before we see Steele, Cribble, and McQuillan in 9th position. Look at here we go again, side by side. And again, Sullivan keeps it nice and wide, takes the middle of the circuit, and Porter Aitken losing out to Burns there, who goes back up to 2nd.
You're winning the money so far. But if you're joining us here on Speed Tour TV on YouTube, who do you have your money behind? And we'll go 2-to-1 odds on this one. We'll just see who would have won the Kentucky Derby here with our F1600. This is no way
so the driver's
condoning gambling or anything like that.
Okay,
this is more like a fun fantasy F1600 here.
My money's on the kart race down below.
Yeah. Now, and I'm trying to think, there's an Atari game. This shows my age. From where
he's never heard of an Atari
it looks
game.
Like these cars. You would race from the very top, like right over it, and it looked like these cars, and you'd kind of go back and forth and avoid accidents. Pole position.
That's it.
Our man Logan's got it. Yeah,
he still plays it.
All right, so we've got Max.
No, Logan's very mature.
Sullivan.
You wouldn't catch him making Lego cars.
We've got somebody for Hauk. So,
yeah.
We've got a Sullivan.
That's my guy. We've got a Sullivan, a Hauk, yep.
Here we go into Canada corner.
Well, Hauk's a good bet. I went to Naranjo, didn't I? I just like the name. Sebastian Mateo Naranjo.
Sullivan's still out front.
Yeah, he's maintained more time at the front than anybody else, but right now they're hovering behind him. Porter Aitken waiting for his moment, and likewise Naranjo and Hauk and Rubenza in 6th place. He's not far out of it by any means. Very close racing indeed, but the clock ticking down now, less than 9 minutes. Is there a time where you kind of pull the pin a little bit or start to think about the end? We were talking in the last race about how you want to kind of be third when there's like 2 laps to go. You don't want to be leading.
Yeah, I'd say about 2 more laps. We're at 4 to go right now, so 2 to go, and then I'd start thinking about the end. It's a very long lap, so you have a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is a very different race course than, let's say, a New Jersey or some of the other tracks that you go to where, I mean, you've got a lot of time and thinking time here over 4 miles, don't you?
Yeah.
More battles through the middle of the field. That's Adorno in the number 84 there. Beswick's now up to 14, so yeah, he's obviously started at the back and he's putting on his own showcase. That was good intel to get that information.
Sullivan back up front here at Mission Foods turn 5.
But everybody else is right there with him.
Theodore Burns, Narajo,
Ted Burns. That's what I like to say. Shorten the names.
Yes, I like that.
Wonder if he'll ever race for Theodore Racing, Theodore Burns.
All right, so I'm hearing two or three people are saying Scott Rubenser needs to get up front. So we've got some Rubenser fans out there. I like that.
See, yeah.
That's Dave Petsko there in that 2013 Spectrum.
Nice looking car. And that's another thing about 1600 racing. It kind of doesn't really matter how old the car is. I mean, they are, as Thomas was saying, pretty equal prepared. And, you can still go pretty damn fast in an older car. It's not like you lose out by having an older car versus, let's say, a 2020 car.
Yeah.
Which chassis is your favorite, if you like?
Well, I've drove the Mygales, and I've drove the Rays, and I've drove Swift.
See, it's interesting. Swift and Miguel were, back when I was young, the dominating, but now Ray is the sort of the big thing, isn't it?
Well, I wouldn't say now, maybe the future. I heard that they're actually going to have the Ford Duratec engine possibly in the series next year, which is raced over in England, which I raced last fall. So I'm curious to see how they actually make them even, because there's a couple differences.
A gap. Sorry.
And when you were raced in England, did you notice the difference in that car?
Yes, for sure. Okay. It's almost like if you have a Ford Kent, but with more torque.
Okay. Still, nothing between these six. As they dive again into turn one, a lovely shot of the chill out number 99. Porter Aitken going about his business. Standing out big time. Hankook in the number 80, Sebastian Matteo Naranjo in the all yellow. That's the one that's standing out in that number 80.
There was Bestwick, it looks like at the front of this field here, coming through.
Cameron Reed.
WeatherTech turn 3. Is that Bestwick there in that white car?
It is.
Yeah. Through they come. Sullivan continues to lead into 5. Here comes the chasing group. This has been a good two-way battle too. Just behind Timothy Steele and Jason Pribble. And then diving in is Christopher Curse in that yellow and red in his own battle for the top 10.
Somehow Jason Pribble is voting for himself on YouTube.
Good.
Getting Go Jason Pribble by Jason Pribble Autosports. So that's some talent.
That's, yeah. Well, he might be looking at his phone. Remember Santino did that once.
Sometimes
trouble.
In my MG, I feel like I could probably check my emails and texts and have a snack on this front straight. It's so long.
Well, we're coming down to the closing stages of our final race here of the Speed Tour, the F1600s. Race 3, Sullivan and Burns and Aitken going at it, but it's anybody's race between the top 6, and you can see it yourself from the drone. It's anybody's game. Look at these 4 going into Canada corner. Something's got to give, surely. Somehow they make it through, though. It's great stuff.
It's scary. Like, I find myself tensing up when we see that, and then it thickens the plot when they then go behind the trees for a while and you don't know what happened.
Yeah. Now, Porter Aitken has dropped back a little bit. He's in 4th at the moment, but Thomas, you perhaps argue that that's actually a good position to be as we come up to the closing stages of this one.
Yes, for sure.
They cross the line again then. White flag next time round. Sullivan continues at the front. Here comes Aitken. They're spreading out. 3 wide at the front. And they're all jostling for position. Something has to give. This time Sullivan slots into 2nd place now.
Really, really impressed with the racecraft of these drivers.
Yeah, me too. Really impressed. It's like they've been doing this for a fair few years, but some of them, it's first time out, or at least first season out. And for others, they may have been doing this a year, like Hankook. This is my favourite corner, coming into 5 as they all spread out here under braking. Sullivan, seemingly at that straight, just has the straight line speed to hit the front again as they come through 5.
And I hate to say this, but it just feels like something is about to happen. It just feels like it's the end of the weekend, their last race. They've got time to kind of fix the cars, and this is kind of when a lot of the drivers kind of maybe take some very optimistic moves. I hope I'm wrong, but it just feels like something's heating up here.
Well, the top 4 all put in their fastest laps on lap 7.
There's your guy making a pass there at turn 8,
Whoa!
Jonathan.
Yep, up to second he goes. But they probably watching on Sullivan because he's started to pull ahead now, as you can see, through the carousel. But we said this in the last race, it's not enough. Thomas was reminding us that you need kind of a second, maybe more, to be comfortable, right?
Yeah, I think he's got a little more than a second right now, but it's close.
Yep.
Canada corner will decide this race.
Okay, here we go. And here they come towards Canada corner. And as our champion alongside here in the booth has predicted, look at them all jostling for Canada.
Oh no, I think something happened there.
Something's gone wrong.
Yeah, I think we're going to have one
that
or two
could
less
give
cars.
it to Sullivan. Let's see who pokes out here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, they've all made it. Ha! I don't believe it. That's great. Well done.
Oh, my
I don't know how they missed each other, but they did. So then, we come towards the white flag here in the Formula 1600s. The top three, there's nothing between them. Here they come, over the crest for the final time. And Sullivan weaves from side to side.
Yeah,
Jack
he was
Sullivan,
weaving like that was the checkered flag. I hope he knows that's the white flag.
I think he knows. He's still got some time to do. Meanwhile, this battle could slow down those chasing Sullivan. This is going to play into Sullivan's hands nicely, isn't it?
Yes, for sure. He's actually out by 1.7 seconds. So
that's, yeah.
That should be the end of this
Should
race.
be enough, yeah. So now the battle is on to sort out second and third, and it's between any of these five. Naranjo still fourth, Haug still in it, Burns still in it, Aitken has been right at the sharp end throughout this race, but Sullivan has got this. He's broken the back of it in the last few laps, but look what's going on behind. Haug comes back, Naranjo into second place. It's all going on. Ooh, up to 6.
Oh, somebody's trying to
Side
make a
by
duck
side.
there.
Oh, and he's got him. Naranjo loses out. He's now third. Could be fourth.
I don't know if I'd call that losing out. I think he thought, I'd like to finish this race, and he gave that driver some room because that other driver was coming fast.
Look at Sullivan. He's gone.
Yeah,
Sullivan
I
at
think you called
2:23. Yeah.
I think you called it, Jonathan. This happening. What's happening behind Sullivan
is actually
is
slowing
making him
them
go
down.
faster.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's always the case when you get 3 or 4 cars battling with each other. There's no way you can go faster unless you are line astern together, working almost in unison, and that's not happening in this case. Do you enjoy watching it, or do you prefer to be out there?
I actually like it in here because I'm in AC, so it's about 80 to 85 degrees out.
Yeah, it's pretty hot out there. They're working it.
All right, Jonathan.
Take us
Coming
home.
to near the end of the weekend, give us your famous Jonathan Green closeout of this race.
All right, well, Sullivan has done a brilliant job so far. He broke this race with a couple of laps to go and then left the rest of them to scrap it out. And he now is just going to make his way up the hill for the final time. And those behind him, it's hard to say who's going to take second or third, but it's between several cars. But Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, Jack take it nicely here at Road America as Jack Sullivan takes the win, his second of the day. And Theodore Burns it is who takes second place, and Haug takes third. And Naranjo takes fourth place. Porter Aitken in the end fifth. It's a shame because Porter was right at the sharp end and leading for much of that race. Rubenza taking sixth. Timothy Steele in seventh. Pribble eighth. Quillen in ninth position. And Christopher Kearse finishes in ninth position. But well done, Jack Sullivan. There you go. Well, Thomas, we'll let you go and celebrate with your man. Well done. Congratulations to both of you. I know you had a part in that. What's the main part for you, for him? How's the best way you can help him?
Driver coaching.
So what does that mean, though?
Well, any way that I can mentor him and show him any data, videos, you know, a lot of techniques that I learn along the way. It's very important to show him and just, you know, kind of set him up the best that I can.
It's a rare sport. You wouldn't see it in tennis or golf or soccer or football, where guys that are equal, pretty much on an equal footing and almost the same age, I'm sure, help each other out. But that's the way it works in motorsport. You need that. You need somebody in your corner. You need a mentor, don't you?
Extra set of eyes, extra brains. One thing I want to point out, he was pointing at all the corner workers, giving them a thumbs up. And we've got some great safety crew and corner workers here at Road America. But if you ever want to have the best seat in motorsports and work as a flagger or corner worker or marshal, make sure you can sign up. You go to the SCCA. They have training schools for this, and it is a ton of fun and a great community. But it's so cool to see the drivers acknowledging how much hard work goes into this with the corner workers.
Yep, my thanks to Ben Sissel, as always, and thanks for Thomas Scragg coming up here. Good luck in your adventures in the coming races you've got this year. We'll let you go and enjoy Jack Sullivan's victory, and we'll take a short break from Road America, and we'll wrap it up after this. Welcome back from high above. Road America here. And it's been a great weekend, and we thank our TV partner, MAV TV, their participation in our Trans Am coverage. But thank you for joining the Speed Tour in our live stream. We are live streaming each and every race weekend that the Speed Tour goes to. In terms of MAV TV, you can see all the highlights of Trans Am, and are well worth a Thursday night in with a packet of Mission Foods Doritos, or whatever they call them. But Mission Foods crisps, or whatever you prefer. But it's the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series, that on July 13th. That's this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. And that is followed at immediately 9 p.m. by the TA XGT SGT. And also Road to Glory. Don't forget that documentary series behind the scenes of Trans Am, giving you all the down low on what's going on. But it's been a great weekend here, beautiful weather here as the summer of racing continues here as part of the Speed Tour. My thanks to Ben Sissel and to Tom Stragg joining us here, Jason Miles coming in to do our PSSA coverage, and many others who have had a hand in this production. Our thanks to Greenlight Television, putting on a great show as always. But from me, Jonathan Green, until next time when we'll be in action in terms of TA2 from Nashville and in terms of TA at Watkins Glen, but SVRA and the Speed Tour continues. But until next time, bye-bye for now.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch. At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth, which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Hagerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.